Good morning, Mile High City. It's 6 a.m. on this Wednesday, February 14th, Valentine's Day and Ash Wednesday.
One of those was a surprise to both of us this morning, and we will not admit which one. We're not going to talk about which one. Both of us were like, wait, what?
Well, I'm not Roman Catholic, so I was there watching Fox, and the guys got the ash on their forehead.
Yeah.
There you go.
So,
we've got a whole lot to talk about, including the Mayorkas impeachment that took place yesterday. Yeah. Colorado House Committee kills bill to reduce state income tax. Did you see this breaking news that the spy agencies may have been facilitating spying on Trump in 2016?
Oh, yeah. But again, I saw that story, and we'll get to it. And for me, I'll walk you through it. It's a wonderful example of where journalism has failed. Yeah. As far as how the story is presented. But that's later in the show. That's going to be a lot of fun.
We'll get to that. Dan Haley joining us in the 8 o'clock hour on this effort by Democrats to ban any new oil and gas drilling in the state of Colorado, because I guess they don't like revenue.
Yeah, that's us.
And we have Dagna, who will be joining us. She's running against George Brockler in the primary for district attorney in Judicial District 23 in the 9 o'clock hour. So it's absolutely full, but let's get to the main man himself, Blake Olson, with the news. Good morning, Blake.
Well, I appreciate it. Happy Valentine's Day, Wednesday, all that stuff that you guys talked about. 26, cloudy in Denver, expecting another beautiful Colorado day in the low 50s today. The 7-10 5-day forecast is coming up. Our top story, the morning commute, is starting off with a reminder to put down the phones. Teenagers across the state are not allowed to use them in any way behind the wheel. And while adults cannot text and drive, they can still take calls. That would change if a new Colorado bill passes. It would only allow hands-free calling on the road, with tickets starting at $75. One committee just gave its approval, and now the bill heads to another. The House Judiciary Committee has passed a bill that would change the requirements for anyone getting a concealed carry permit in Colorado. The bill would require anyone who's taking a concealed carry course to compete a live shooting test and to pass standardized tests with a score of at least 80%. It would also require courses to include information about safe gun storage and much more. Gun rights groups say the bill is an attempt to discourage people from applying for concealed carry permits. Some Colorado City Council members are sharing their concerns over recent Israel-Hamas protests during meetings. Denver City Councilman Darrell Watson said he was told to die after the council rejected a ceasefire proclamation Monday night.
We've been in session for 7 months, and we've had three of these disruptions. Last night was not a demonstration of democracy. It was a demonstration of anarchy, and we can't have that.
In addition to a ceasefire, the proclamation would have also called on both sides to release hostages and detainees. Tensions were high, and the crowd attending the meeting became so unruly that the meeting had to go viral. President Biden says history will not look kindly on House Republicans for impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Republicans accuse Mayorkas of failing to enforce immigration law at the southern border as thousands of illegals flood across the border. Ukraine has reportedly destroyed another Russian military ship in the Black Sea. A Ukrainian defense official claims the operation was carried out today by Ukraine's military intelligence Top 25 hoops last night. CSU falls to San Diego State 71-55. Avalanche over the Capitals 6-3. 23 in Aurora, 22 in Boulder, and 26 in Denver. Jeff and Billy continue just underway. Blake Olson, News Talk 710 KNUS.
Want to take your favorite radio station wherever you go? Well, now there's an app for that. No matter where you are, stream your favorite shows. Tap the app to listen to podcasts. Talk back to your favorite local hosts.
At the tone, leave a message.
Call the show. Set your alarm. Enter contests and win prizes. All in the palm of your hand. Available now for iOS and Android devices in the App Store or Google Play. And best of all, it's free. Download today.
You're going to make us listen to love music all day, aren't you?
Well, actually, I don't know. Some of this is preloaded, so we'll have to see what this
Avril
system.
Lavigne.
Yeah, she's a jerk.
Is she?
Ah, she's awful.
How do
She's
you know? How do you
horrible-
know that?
Because I've met her.
Really?
I've had to deal with her. Yeah, she's a pain in the rear end. Self-entitled, selfish brat. She's awful. Horrible person. She's awful.
Bill bringing the heat
Oh, it's
first thing
ridiculous.
this morning.
But when she was touring for her very first album, first single, the big one, she literally in conversations that I'm involved in while we're talking about the music, she's staring at her phone. She has and again, you won't see it on the if you're listening, but on the YouTube, she does this thing. She turns. There was one time in which she was scheduled to do an interview with a friend of mine, and she stood outside the studio for 15 minutes just doing stuff on her phone because
to be late.
Just because she
It's
didn't
like
care.
The Lyndon Johnson show up
Just
late.
because she didn't care. There are a few people that have done that. The other one, comedian David Cross, he can die in a fire.
I don't know David Cross.
David
Cross.
David Cross tried to pull something on me on the air one time.
Oh yeah,
where,
okay.
where he was on the air and we're having conversation and he tries to make a reference about something that didn't happen and doesn't exist. And my partner and I are like, I don't understand what you're saying. What are you even talking about? Well, we'll just move by. No. What are you talking about? That I have no idea what that reference is.
Yeah.
And then we called him on it and he got mad. And part of it was he also showed up with his opening comic and wanted us to put that guy on as well. That's fine. We can do that. But tell us beforehand. Tell us that we're going to be doing that. Don't just show up with an extra dinner guest and say you're going to have to feed this guy too. So again, those are the two people that'll just be mad about this
Here's
morning.
a fun thing I'd love to hear from our listeners. Have you ever run into a celebrity and had an experience like that? Like, have you had the kind of jerk experience or have you ever had like the great experience? Like they were amazing and really cool and connected with you and all that stuff.
Oh,
I mean, I've met Donald Trump twice, once at the Western Conservative Summit. And then I was at a religious leaders briefing in Trump Tower in October of 2016, just before the election. Incredible, very kind. I mean, spend time with us. So, and then I could tell you a ton of stories about behind the scenes at the Western Conservative Summit.
Yeah.
Because we bring in about 50 nationally renowned conservative speakers each year, and they're not always as they appear on the front.
Now, in the music side of things, it is hit and miss. But I will say this, almost to a T, country artists are cut differently.
Really?
They are kind, generous, efficacious, understanding. Yeah,
All
there
of them.
are a couple of them.
Some of the poppy.
Yeah, I mean, some of them have a little bit of it, but just as a genre, the country artists are so much easier to work with than everybody else. Pop stars can get really full of themselves at times, and I'm not sure if that's part of the large staff that's around them, and that can be difficult. Rock bands are great to work with. They're really good, but they're late, and you don't do anything before 3.
They're on their own time schedule.
Yeah, the number of times. I mean, I remember I was interviewing one of the band members from Clutch, and he's like, I can't do anything before 2. And I'm like, really? I miss your life. That's fantastic. So, yeah.
So I'd love to hear this. Give us a call, 303-696-1971, 303-696-1971. Have you ever had a run-in with a celebrity that either impressed you because they were a lot nicer than you thought they'd be, or they were kind of jerks? and that caught you off guard, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. All right, the breaking news over the evening. So long, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, at least from the House of Representatives.
Yeah, got impeached. That's, I guess, the question. Hang on a sec. You're playing the audio. I didn't know it was up there. Hang on a sec. I'm like, Jeff, stop talking. When am I supposed to talk? Okay, hang on a sec. Now everything should work better.
All right, here is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, making the announcement.
On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 213. The resolution is adopted.
And off they go. Do you remember when they impeached Trump and they did the slow, sad march from the House of Representatives? I even think Jason Crow was part of that. And they're like, it was, kind of walking along sadly over to the Senate. So now they'll deliver the articles of impeachment over to the Senate, where the Senate Democrats will likely just completely ignore it. They have to do a trial, but they can do a trial even in a committee room, or they could quickly call a trial and just kind of vote it down right away. So they don't have to go through the big trials like they did with Donald Trump. Republicans accused Mayorkas of committing high crimes and misdemeanors in his handling of the southern border, essentially facilitating an invasion into this country with all the problems, with the human trafficking, with the fentanyl pouring across the border, with the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of illegal immigrants that have come across the border. So it is a clear message sent from Republicans in the House of Representatives that the border has to be addressed, and the leadership under Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is not delivering, and in fact is willfully negligent with this. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on, are we now at a place where we just kind of do this tit for tat? The Democrats get control and they impeach anybody they possibly can. Republicans get in control and now they impeach anybody they can. Ken Buck was one of the 3 Republicans that chose not to impeach Mayorkas yesterday. I have tried to get him to come on the show. I think he's kind of just done with answering, at least to conservatives in the state of Colorado, which is a disappointment because I knew him way back when, right when he got elected, and how fun that was. And he was going to be this great conservative. And you remember he pushed back against John Boehner and joined the House Freedom Caucus and was penalized for all that.
Last conversation I'd heard from Buck was basically he took the tone of being bad at your job doesn't qualify for impeachment.
Right. That's his argument.
And it's a decent point to me. If that was the point, that being bad at your job was grounds for impeachment, we probably could jettison 2/3 of the Congress today.
Well, I want to give him the opportunity to explain himself. We'll give him a fair interview. We're not going to beat him over the head or anything. Come on the show and explain to your constituents why you decided to vote this way. Don't go on MSNBC. Don't go on CNN. I understand it's a national audience, but at least come on with your constituents and be honest with us and explain your vote. But now twice after these impeachment votes, we've gone directly to the communications director and turned down. Let's go to Corey in Colorado. You got a story about meeting somebody famous.
Hi, good morning, Jeff and Bill. Yeah, I'm
Morning.
a partner. Hey, I got a story. July 25th, 1981. Just got out. I'm in the U.S. Army as a private first class. I'm traveling all the way over to my new assignment in West Berlin, Germany during the Cold War. I got a MAC flight from Omaha, Nebraska to Washington, D.C., closest I could get to the Air Force Base I need to get to. So I managed to get a hotel room in the Holiday Inn just outside the Ring in Washington, D.C. As I get there, I'm in uniform, having to travel, full Class A uniform. And I decided to walk down to see, the Capitol building, and because I've never been to D.C. before. It's dark, right? It's the whole place vacates. You didn't know Washington, D.C. downtown, the government ring area, at 5 o'clock, everybody leaves. So this is maybe about 6:30. I'm walking past, I see the big lights of the Capitol. I'm walking past a building. I find out later, I guess it's the Senate office building. And I'm walking on the other side, kind of a vacant lot on the sidewalk. In the other building, there's a little little drive-through area in the basement that comes back up. I see a whole bunch of limos and police officers on motorcycles. I think that's probably, no big deal. Probably happens all the time. Can't really figure out what's going on, but I have a mission, so I keep on walking past the building. All of a sudden, as I pass the building, all of a sudden I see all the cops get on their motorcycles, start turning on, the lights and everything. And all of a sudden, this convoy of vehicles and big long limos pull out, and they're going to pass me. And I look over, and sure enough, this big long limo has an American flag flying on the front.
Oh, wow.
In my basic training, I learned to turn and snap a salute off, right? And literally, this vehicle comes within 5 feet of me, less than 5 feet. As it passes, the guy in the back, one person in the back seat, leans forward, turns his head, and looks at me and snaps me a quick salute, kind of a half high there salute to Ronald Reagan.
Wow.
That's cool.
Wow.
Nobody
That's
else
cool.
Good
there,
Ronnie himself saw a man in
Jeez.
uniform and
Sees
decided
one
to salute.
private, on the sidewalk and waves and salutes him, says hi.
That is wonderful. And the thing that even before the salute, the fact that he was interested, that we would see so many people in that role, in that office, see the service member, and just one by the side of the road, and would pay that person no attention. But for Reagan, you were important.
That's cool.
That is so cool. Thank you so much.
Thanks for sharing that, Corey. Yeah, so we started off the show with
I love anything that cool.
a little bit of a turn because
I mean, I know
Bill had to vent his
Again,
frustration over Avril.
Yes, she's a jerk. Sorry.
And then I asked the question, have you ever run into somebody famous and they either surprised you with their kindness or with their meanness?
I think there was some sort of karma thing involved when she married Chad Kroeger and Nickelback. I think that was predestined because of her. Nickelback's
in my mind, because when she first came on the scene, I was a teenager and she was a teenager. Yeah. She's still in my mind like that.
Oh yeah,
like I'm just a skater girl.
Skater. Oh, skater boy. That was
skater boy.
That was the era. That's when I met her. Yeah. And I've had one encounter with her since, and she's trying to be nice, just not good at it. You could tell. You could tell the idea that she's sitting here going, "I'm trying to be nice, you radio schlub," and and you're like, I can see right through this facade. I've had enough of these face-to-face conversations that I can see this.
So you, as a musician, you'll like this story at the 2017 Western Conservative Summit. We had Salem host Jay C.E.O, the attorney, President Trump's attorney, join us, and we always have a band. Biff Gore always up on the stage, and we're backstage, and Jay goes, "Hey, you want me to jump in and play drums with the band?" And we said, "Sure, man, go ahead."
Right, yeah.
So no practice, no warm up, anything. He just runs out there. They start playing, and that kicked off a thing where a whole bunch of people played with the band. Jimmy Sangenberger played one time.
He's really good.
Robert George grabbed a banjo and jumped up there. The professor from Princeton.
There is a YouTube series out there, and I can't remember the name of it. But what they do is they take popular songs and they get really good classic drummers and drum teachers, guys that are really top notch, but they're in a specific genre, guys that are, blues, jazz. They bring them to another genre. They pull the drum track out and they say, "Listen, now what would you drum here?" And then they go back to what the original recording is and why. And it's really interesting to see the drummers are like, "Well, I think it's telling me to do this. And this is where the song's kind of going." And many times you can see them find the exact same rhythm, not the exact same drum pattern, but they definitely find the same rhythm. It is fascinating to see because they literally are trying to find, okay, what does this song need?
Yeah. It's like a universal science behind it.
There was this one guy who's a great jazz drummer, and he goes, "This seems like these need those rock fills. How do you do those things?" And he's like, and they're like, "That's a little quick, but yeah, that'll work." Yeah, just how he does it. He goes, I think this is what this needs. Yeah, it's a really neat sidebar.
Well, big news yesterday. House impeaches Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, Ken Buck being one of the 3 Republicans to not join with the other Republicans, but they just got enough. Steve Scalise, who was absent last time due to cancer treatments that he was facing, was back and able to vote this time, and they got them to 214 versus 213. So here's my question for the great listeners of 710K in US. One, do you agree with this impeachment? Do you think that this rose to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors? And this was very fair for the Republicans in light of the invasion that's taking place, in light of the fentanyl, in light of the human trafficking, in light of the hundreds of thousands of people that have come across our border illegally, that this rose to that level and this was fair for the Republicans to bring that impeachment. Second question I'd love to hear, and our number is 303-696-1971, 303-696-1971, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. Are we now into a place where we just engage in this type of impeachment fair, investigation fair, law affair? So the opposing party gets control of the House of Representatives, and one of their roles is to just unleash these types of investigations. They impeached Donald Trump twice. Republicans get control. We have impeached a secretary, a cabinet member of the president, first time in 150 years. Are you proud of the way our government is working right now? Is this good? Is this a proper use of our government? Or, should we go do other things with our time?
Is our government working as intended based on the people that we've elected to go there?
Right.
Is this what they are trying to do? And, the idea being that the less they actually accomplish, the more they get sent back to Washington. I know that's counterintuitive, but incumbency is one of the biggest indicators as to whether or not anyone's going to return, not the job they've done. Example, Michael Bennett. Give me anything that he has accomplished, anything at all. He is beige wallpaper.
Yeah.
We could take a Squishmallow and put it at Michael's desk, and it would do the same thing. That's all you'd need. That's it. And that's the problem that I see, that sometimes lack of progress and getting things done in Congress is job security, because you got to go back and keep fighting.
Well, and nobody can really point to anything to criticize you about.
Exactly.
Right? So when Michael Bennett and Cory Gardner ran against each other, one of the stats that Cory Gardner put out from his campaign is, I've passed more bills than the entire congressional delegation in Colorado combined.
Fantastic.
I got bills done. I got work done.
He did.
And to Cory Gardner's credit, he was a statesman. He knew how to work the system and get his agenda passed. But then, he loses big time to a guy that I can't tell you anything.
Again, one of the things is, and this is not for today, but as we ramp into the election, given your background, I think that we should carve out a little bit of time based on some of these campaigns and why they were won and why they were lost. What was the strategy? Because I think there was some messaging that Cory missed, and I would love to hear, but that's for a different day. That's one of the things I'm most excited about, you and us teaming up, is that we are going to have conversations that nobody else is going to have here in Denver with your set of skills and my strangeness. We're going to do things that,
your
Denver
love
hasn't
of
seen in a long
Avril
time.
Lavigne.
Exactly. Yeah.
And campaigns totally change. In some cases, it completely comes down to the personality, right? You just raise your hand and say, I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or
you create that thing like Hickenlooper, where he does when he's running for mayor the first time, those kitschy weird ads that again didn't really tell you much, but they were memorable. So it was effective in a different way. He tries to pull that off later. And again, I think Cory could have beaten him. He swung at the wrong pitches. So that's my impression.
That, and sometimes the culture and the questions are just bigger than even the man himself, right?
Point.
So 2006, I went back to this. I was talking to Westward about this yesterday. What was the primary issue in 2006? Who's going to get us out of Iraq?
Yeah.
That was the only thing that mattered. It had nothing to do with the quality of the candidate. It was like Republicans got up there and they're like, look at all this great stuff. Doesn't matter. We went out of Iraq. And if you've got an R next to your name, you're gone.
Yeah, that's true.
You go back to Clinton. It's the economy, stupid, right?
Yep, exactly.
It's back then it was only one question.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. All the other stuff was secondary.
And in some ways you have that choice in 2020 where there were people that were so, this has been going so well. And then on the other side, people are like, I can't stand this guy anymore.
Right.
And he has to go.
Right.
And so it was a
pure
really
referendum on the guy.
Yeah. And let's see, 2015, 2016, that the Democrats tripped on their own feet because they nominated someone that, yes, it was her time, but she carried so much baggage that even a non-politician came in and beat her. And then that shouldn't have happened. However, she did do, and thankfully, the greatest ever event of spiking the football on the 5-yard lines I've ever seen in politics. I've never seen anybody do the touchdown dance before the election, and she did.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is exactly true. Well, friends, I want to hear from you on this impeachment. Good thing, bad thing? Are you proud of Ken Buck for not voting to impeach? Did he stand on principle? Or did he betray the conservative movement and he should have joined with the other Republicans? Give me a call, 303-696-1971, 303-696-1971, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. Friends, I want to tell you about Roll 'em Out Shelves. This is an incredible group. I'm excited to be able to work with them. Imagine effortlessly gliding open your cabinets and drawers to reveal neatly arranged shelves that showcase your belongings. With Roll 'em Out Shelves, easily access your pots, pans, and more. Roll 'em Out Shelves understands that every home storage needs are unique. Whether you're dealing with tight corners or expansive cabinets, your shelves will be custom built to maximize every inch of available space. But don't take my word for it. Here's what a few of their happy customers say. Life-changing. So much wasted space in our kitchen cabinets. My space has literally tripled, and I'm so happy. Joyce and Brent listened to our needs, stayed on schedule, and found solutions to our specific problems. Solid, well-made product, skilled installation, no mess left behind. Begin the affordable transformation in your home for less than $1,000 when Roll 'em Out Shelves efficiently organizes your space with sturdy Baltic birch shelves built right here in Colorado and guaranteed for life. Call for your free in-home estimate today. They're coming by our house to do an estimate. We're going to look at what they can do for us. I highly recommend them. 303-475-9601, 303-475-9601, or rollemoutshelves.com. Tell them Jeff sent you. Friends, phone lines are starting to fill up. We want to hear from you about the impeachment vote. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710, KNUS.
Say goodbye to clutter and hello to convenience when you experience organization transformation in your home. Roll 'em Out Shelves, your clutter transformation experts, create affordable Colorado-crafted organized storage solutions. These custom options will maximize and organize your kitchen and bath storage as Roll 'em Out Shelves carefully designs and builds roll-out drawers to fit your space perfectly. To clear the clutter, contact owners Joyce and Brent at Roll 'em Out Shelves to schedule your free in-home estimate today.
All right. Phone lines already filling up. Big news over the evening that the House impeaches Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. My question to you, are you proud of the Republicans? How do you feel about Ken Buck? He was one of 3 Republicans that chose not to, making the argument that it didn't reach the level of high crimes and misdemeanors. Here's this statement from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. For nearly a year, the House Homeland Security Committee has taken a careful and methodical approach to this investigation, and the results are clear. From his first day in office, Secretary Mayorkas has willfully and consistently refused to comply with federal immigration laws, fueling the worst border catastrophe in American history. He has undermined public trust through multiple false statements to Congress, obstructed lawful oversight of the Department of Homeland Security, and violated his oath of office. Alejandro Mayorkas deserves to be impeached, and Congress has a constitutional obligation to do so. Next to a declaration of war, impeachment is arguably the most serious authority given to the House, and we have treated this matter accordingly. Since the Secretary refuses to do the job that the Senate confirmed him to do, this House must act. Let's go to Frank in Golden. What do you think of this impeachment inquiry?
Hey, Jeff. I think it's a mistake. I mean, I don't. First of all, I agree with Ken Buck. I don't think that what Mayorkas did, which is basically he didn't do his job, is not a high crime and misdemeanor. So I don't think it rises to that level. But moreover, it invites the same thing coming back, because eventually, at some point, unless the Republicans forever lose their soul, power is going to flip. And I don't want to hear anybody on the conservative side complain when one of their people gets tagged with an impeachment, because they can't. There isn't. You've lowered the bar now for what an impeachable offense is, and so it's just going to bring it back around. And the other thing that I wanted to mention here is that, and I asked this question in earnest because I'm not 100% sure about this, but where does this go from here?
Yeah. No, that's a really important question, Frank. And here's what I've heard from some other conservative leaders. The left has unleashed lawfare upon conservatives. They brought, 2 impeachments against Donald Trump, one that was a week out from it when he was going to leave office, that we need to engage in mutually assured destruction at this point. Because if you continue to allow the Democrats to just engage in lawfare and in all aspects, right? Not just the impeachments, but then what they're doing with what is it? We're at 90 indictments now for the president. That if you just continue to allow him to do that without pushing back in the same way, then they're just going to continue to take advantage of that. You need to make it as painful for them as they've made it for conservatives, or this will just the other side will just continue to do this. What are your thoughts on that argument?
Well, what's the operative word in the phrase mutually assured destruction is destruction. It
Yeah.
doesn't, it ends in the same spot. And at some point, somebody has to be an adult. And right now, once again, I've used this phrase before too, but this is all political performance art. It doesn't matter. This is all just self-destructive behavior on both sides' part. And they're acting like kids. And that's the bottom line. Everybody's trying to get a click or get their name in some sort of affiliated with some sort of an act that means virtually nothing. And what I was asking is that I think now, doesn't this impeachment have to go to the Senate?
It does. Yep. It'll go to the Senate.
So, and so we know it's a foregone conclusion what's going to happen there. So what the House has done here, what the House Republicans have done here, is basically just waste time and get nothing accomplished in the process, rather than trying to get an alternate bill on how to fix immigration that would at least be some form of a compromise bill that would have been better than the other one that was proposed or something. They've wasted time. So while the hemorrhage continues, the House of Representatives is sitting there doing nothing. They're not doing their job. This is all pointless. And it's ridiculous. I don't think that this is how the government was ever supposed to operate.
Frank,
can anybody say that that's how things are supposed to operate? That it's supposed to be just meaningless acts that to satisfy basically kind of a bloodlust among the electorate.
Yeah, Frank, I think you've got a point there that I think that lawmakers on both sides have lost their way. That if you go back and, as many people say, read the Constitution. If you look at what the Constitution is telling us, it is a governmental system that is based on compromise. And we have decided over the last decade that any compromise is a sign of weakness, and you become a rhino or a liberal squish or whatever it is. That compromise that is outlined directly as a fundamental principle inside of our founding documents, we've chosen to ignore. So now we stand around and go, wow, I'm wondering why everything's on fire.
Frank, I appreciate the call. Frank's line's going to be open here in just a second. Do you agree with Frank that this was a waste of time? That the impeachment of Mayorkas was political theater, and that they should get back to governing and not doing this type of political grandstanding? I'm going to send you Lauren Boebert's audio. Let's see if we can pull it. She made a statement last night on the steps of the Capitol.
Oh, good. Yeah, email it to me.
But I would love to hear from you on Frank's comments. 303-696-1971. 303-696-1971. Do you agree with him? Brian from Arvada, you're on the Jeff and Bill show, 710 KNUS.
Yeah, I agree. It's not going to have a result of him getting removed from his position, but I'm glad it happened. And here's why: because I do think it rose to a high crime and misdemeanor, because I believe the definition of invasion is definitely what's happening. And if you're going to willfully allow an invasion of our country and fentanyl's coming through and killing our kids and adults at a record pace, 100,000 last year or something like that. So that's more than was killed in Vietnam, double what was killed in Vietnam War. So it's an invasion. And so he didn't even follow the laws that are on the books. It's not like we were asking him to create a law or solve the problem. Just follow the law that was already on the books. He willfully, neglectfully decided not to do that. And the result was an invasion, and Americans are dying because of it. And who knows how many terrorists are in here, and who knows what's going to happen because of that.
Okay, pardon me, Brian. Pardon me just for a second.
Definitely.
I want to explore this just for a second. So you talk about the idea that the impetus for impeachment would be the ignoring of the law. Could you see a scenario in which inside of a Donald Trump cabinet that the Democrats pick some law, whatever it is, that a singular cabinet member does not follow, and they do the same thing? Is that a possibility, and would you expect it?
I expect it from the Democrats after the whole hoax and impeachment of Russia and the hoax Ukraine impeachment. I definitely expect it from the Democrats.
There was no impeachment over
cabinet.
Russia.
Trump's Oh yeah, you're right. Over the January 6th.
Yeah,
which is another hoax. But Trump's cabinet members, their results of their lack of duty never caused hundreds of thousands of deaths and didn't cause an invasion of this country. So, if they did, then yeah, I would be up for impeaching them as well. If somebody didn't secure the border under Trump, get him out of there, impeach him. But theirs are little feckless arguments where this is a major thing affecting every single community, and even Lakewood. Look what happened in Lakewood this week, where they're trying to do it. So this is far beyond. Ken Buck sold us out. I don't know what's going on with Ken Buck. They have dirt on him. But if he's willing to go on MSNBC and CNN every day, but he won't come on any other conservative talk show like he used to,
right?
Something stinks with him from high hell, and you will see him on liberal shows going forward. But he sold us out, and everyone I talk to, even Democrats, are like, yeah, Ken Buck, something happened to him, and he sold us out. Because if he didn't, he would be willing to come on these shows and tell us.
Explain the vote. Yeah. And
he's just avoiding conservatives.
As Brian referenced, we've invited him now twice on these votes, and we haven't heard from him. So, Brian, I really appreciate the call. Thank you, Brian from Arvada, on that. Do you agree with Brian that this constituted an invasion what's coming across the border, and therefore Alejandro Mayorkas absolutely deserved to be impeached, because this wasn't just a policy decision. These were actions that led to the direct harm of Americans, deaths of Americans as a result of fentanyl, human trafficking. So it is a high crime and a misdemeanor, and the Republicans were right to impeach him. Let's go to Joe in Arvada. You're on with the Jeff and Bill Show, News Talk 710 KNUS.
Oh, hi, Jeff. Here's the thing. The idea that we could negotiate and moderate, that was what was done all through the 70s, 80s. The Republican Party has done this little dance all for my entire life. I'm 59. I'm about ready to be 60. The Republican Party has lost its push against, and I'll just say it flat out, communism. What we are seeing here is that the left has taken their tip of the spear and just keeps pushing it into conservative America,
right,
to the point where we're being pushed right out.
The slow drift to the left. I mean, I've heard the critique that Republicans through the 70s, 80s, 90s, even early 2000s were just slower liberals. And I mean, Reagan, I think, with an exception, but Reagan got some things wrong, right, on immigration issues. And
we're going to make mistakes,
right?
There's no denying that there's the conservative movement does often fail on even ideology, but that's not the issue here. See, this is where whenever you hear this thing, oh, they're not acting big enough. Oh, they need to moderate. They need to make an agreement, capitulate, appease. Whenever you hear that, what you are feeling is that totalitarian ideology of the left pushing you right off the cliff. What has to happen in our republic is that we need people that are moral people. When we lose this, we cannot just be pushed out.
Okay.
It reminds
pardon me,
of
Joe.
the Israelis.
I want you to help me understand something for a second here. If you believe that the time for compromise is past and that we can't do this anymore, explain to me how our government can function unless one party has all three branches. And if you're talking about giving one party long-term control of all three branches, I think you've lost the plot of America, because that's not how this country works. So how do we go forward, and how do we have a functioning government if you don't work together?
Okay, first of all, that idea that we need to capitulate to the left has to be tossed out on its ear.
It's not what I said.
Let me I'm just explaining to you how
Joe,
we
Joe,
get back.
I'm not going to, Joe, we gave you a long time here, and I asked you very directly, if you reject compromise, how does government function? And you went to capitulate.
I'm trying to tell you, but you won't let me finish.
Your verb was capitulate. My verb was compromise. Deal with the word compromise, please. Continue.
I'm telling you this, that the compromise has to be tossed out the window when it comes to whether we compromise our values, when we compromise. And here's another thing, Billy, that you have completely missed. Most Americans do not feel the way that the left feels. What the left does is they say that all of America feels this way. Oh, they make these straw man arguments, but that's not the truth. The truth is conservative America still exists, but it's afraid. It is piped down.
Okay, that's fair enough, Joe. I appreciate it, because I asked you if there was compromise. You said no compromise. And then you started talking stuff about the liberals. Fair enough. Appreciate it.
Well, Joe, I appreciate the call, and it does seem like the compromise has always been in the direction of the left, and I think Joe has a point there. Hey, I want to talk to you a little bit about low testosterone and Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You've heard a lot about how treating low testosterone can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy, and more. But I want to talk about your sex drive, because low testosterone can have significant impact on your desire for intimacy. It can even be a factor in erectile dysfunction. And if you're in a relationship or wanting to be in a relationship, a low sex drive can be a real problem. There's good news. If you're like most guys, treating your low T can really change the way you feel about sex, giving you back the flame and desire that is so important when you love someone. Hey, it's Valentine's Day. And if you're feeling sluggish and tired, if you're not sleeping well, if your workouts aren't great, and most of all, your sex drive is more like a putt, make an appointment today. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low TQ quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers, and within 2 minutes, you'll get your results. Schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood, and you'll have results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results with you and discuss your options, and you will make the decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is only $99, which includes medical consult, T, and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. It's Valentine's Day. Let's get that fixed, gentlemen. All right. I still want to continue to hear from you all. David, we'll get to you in a second. Lines are open, 303-696-1971. Are you proud of the Republicans for impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, or is this just a waste of government time? We need to move away from this tit-for-tat impeachments that are taking place in Washington, D.C. You're listening to The Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710, KNUS.
All right. Good morning. We're already into the discussion on the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas, whether or not you believe that is a good thing or not. Let's get to You Choose the News, Mr. Bill.
Yes, we're going to take a little bit of diversion into the silly stuff about us humans. It is time for You Choose the News, where you have scoured the interwebs to find questionable decisions made by us Homo sapiens and given them really stupid headlines to play this fake radio news game. Why? Because the people in charge don't know we're doing it. So we'd appreciate it if you keep it quiet. And today we have a special guest that is joining us, none other all the way from the newsroom, Mr. Blake Olson. Will be choosing a story today. As the newbie, congratulations, Blake. You get to choose story number 3. Okay, gentlemen, contestants, victims, here are our headlines. Headline number 1, Texas overachieves. Headline number 2, views improve for California mansions. Headline number 3, you put it where? And headline number 4, was that in Psalms or in Numbers? All righty, sir. Your choices yet again are Texas overachieves, views improves for California mention, you put it where, or was that in Psalms or in Numbers?
Let's do Psalms and Numbers.
Was this in Psalms or Numbers? We are visiting Connecticut right now, and Connecticut State Police are talking to Herbert Irving Miller. He's 63 years old and a pastor of a local church. Miller evidently was spreading more than Christ's love and word and kindness. He also was distributing drugs. Methamphetamines. Yes. So he's involved in distributing methamphetamines. However, the congregation did say it made his sermons way more interesting, but a little quicker. That's about it. All righty, sir. Jeff, choose your second story. Texas overachieves. Views improve for California mentions, or you put it where?
Let's go California mansions.
Views improve for a series of California mansions. At least 3 multi-million-dollar mansions in Southern California. Now we're going to have to update their real estate listings because they have a beautiful seaside view. Problem is, it's on the edge of a cliff. The 3 homes are located in Dana Point, Oregon County, according to ABC7. Yep, and there was an erosion after a rainstorm over the weekend, and it has dropped a lot of the land that was right in front of the mansions. They are teetering on the edge.
Oh, boy.
So far, the rich people have been told that their houses are okay, but those houses are estimated to be between $12.9 million and $15.9 million. And we're going to watch it fall all the way into the ocean. All right. Final choice this morning, and this is by our special guest, Mr. Blake Olson, who is doing news, which I can't believe he's made the bad choice to join us and sully his reputation. But, sir, your choice are Texas overachievers, or you put it where?
Did I have a choice, by the way? No.
Yeah.
You put it where?
Yes, you put it where again? Oddly, we are staying right here in Denver. Police in Inglewood are in hot pursuit of a 200-year-old portrait of our nation's first president.
Really?
Yes, it's described as Inglewood's national treasure. It's a popular Nicolas Cage film with the same name. Police have paired up with the FBI, and they're looking for the public's help in finding a stolen portrait of George Washington. This particular historical painting was stolen recently on January 10th. However, the owners didn't realize it until January 22nd. Why? Well, because they did what everybody does when you have a historical painting of our founding father. You store it in a storage room. Yes, they put it in the storage room of the 3000 block of Santa Fe Drive. Not often that you store your historical artifacts inside a store. I mean, they had a 200 and they put it in a storage bin. I'm telling you guys, this is why we cannot have nice things. That's it. That's the end of You Choose the News. As always, I'm a giant loser. But Jeff and Blake Olson are your winners for today. Blake, thank you so much for joining us, my friend. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Actually, in a couple minutes. You got news and such. Let's see how that works out.
You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show
on News Talk 710 KNUS. And here comes the bumper music.
7 a.m. in the Mile High City on this Wednesday, February 14th, Valentine's Day and Ash Wednesday all combined. I can't believe it's already Ash Wednesday.
Yeah, that seems ridiculous.
Wild.
Yeah.
All right. We've got a whole lot of news to cover. House impeaches Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. And when we come back from the news, I want to talk about this. The University of Missouri, descendants of enslaved who built Missouri University want over $70 billion for unpaid slave labor reparations. So I'd like to hear from you on that. Give us a call, 303-696-1971, 303-696-1971. Let's go to Mr. Blake with the news.
All right, Jeff, thanks a lot. 27 and mostly cloudy in Denver, expecting highs in the low 50s today. Should be another beautiful Colorado day. The 710 5-day forecast is coming up. Our top story, President Biden says history will not look kindly on the House Republicans who impeached Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Biden issued a statement after Tuesday's vote and called it a petty political game. Conservatives said takes one to know one. Mayorkas is expected to be acquitted in the Senate. The congressional seat formerly held by New York Republican George Santos has been picked up by a Democrat. Former Congressman Tom Suozzi has won back the seat he vacated in 2022 to make a run for governor, in which was filled by Santos until his expulsion in December. All classes at Adams City High School will be online today due to a non-sanctioned teacher sick out. It was organized by a group of teachers who are calling in sick to call for higher wages. Adams County School District 14 officials say they strongly disagree with the actions of the teachers, saying it will disrupt students and their education. All other schools in the local district will operate as scheduled. Ukraine has reportedly destroyed another Russian military ship in the Black Sea. A Ukrainian defense official claims the operation was carried out today by Ukraine's military intelligence agency. Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash drivers are going on strike across the U.S. today. The drivers are seeking better pay and expected to picket outside airports in nearly a dozen cities. A coalition representing about 130,000 drivers says they will not be providing rides to and from airports between the hours of 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. in 10 cities. Oh, yes. Officials in Kansas City are suggesting they told Taylor Swift not to come to today's Super Bowl parade with her boyfriend, Travis Kelce. A city official told a local radio station this week that Swift's handlers have been warned that her presence at the parade could add a second level of security issues and might be too much for them to handle. Keep an eye on that. Top 25 hoops last night. CSU falls to San Diego State 71-55. Avalanche over the Capitals 6-3. Nuggets try to get back on track tonight against the Kings. At Ball Arena. It is 24 in Lakewood, 23 in Parker, 27 in Denver. Jeff and Billy continue. Blake Olson, News Talk 710 KNUS.
Want to take your favorite radio station wherever you go? Well, now there's an app for that. No matter where you are, stream your favorite shows. Tap the app to listen to podcasts. Talk back to your favorite local hosts.
At the tone, leave a message.
Call the show. Set your alarm. Enter contests and win prizes. All in the palm of your hand. Available now for iOS and Android devices in the App Store or Google Play. And best of all, it's free. Download today.
Covering all the news you need on the Jeff and Bill Show, News Talk 710 KNUS. First hour, we got into the fact that the House impeached Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and whether or not you agreed with Ken Buck in his no vote. He was one of 3 Republicans that voted no on that. We also pointed out that Ken Buck has chosen not to come on the show to explain his vote, which I would like to hear. And Bill and I would give him a fair hearing. But someone pointed out that Ken Buck may not return to Colorado. He may just stay out there in the swamp.
I think he's going to be. I think he'll hang out in Windsor. Is that the right house is?
Yeah, he's up there.
I think that's what I think. He is going to retreat a little bit, just to take a breath. But because there is going to be so much money on the table to have him comment about the upcoming election cycle because of who he is, he's going to have an opportunity. And the thing that I've got is, regardless of where he ends up, I'm just asking Ken Buck, take the largest paycheck. Be a conservative. Don't care who does it. Yes. Don't care who it is. I don't care what the call letters are. Don't care the outlet. I just want to make sure that you're taking the largest pile of cash. You've earned it. So do it. Okay. Beyond that, don't give a damn. That's his personal.
Probably will not see him at Elbert County Republican Lincoln Day dinners.
Yeah, probably not.
News from Fox News. Descendants of enslaved who built Missouri University want over $70 billion for unpaid slave labor. Quote, "We're not asking for a handout," unquote, said one of the speakers, who announced the monetary value of slave labor that built St. Louis University. Descendants of the enslaved Black people who built a university in Missouri calculated they were owed up to $74 billion in unpaid labor. Keep that in context. The Senate just voted yesterday to send $60 billion to Ukraine. So I guess they could have sent the money here. The calculation was announced on St. Louis University campus on Thursday, an effort being pushed by the descendants of St. Louis University enslaved. The descendants were joined by a lawmaker, a civil rights attorney, and economists to announce their estimation of the monetary value of unpaid labor for the construction of St. Louis University. Based on labor for 24 hours per day, I wish I got paid for 24 hours per day, but I'm not. But I mean, being enslaved means you don't have the freedom to really do that. So I guess you should be paid for 24 hours a day. Labor for 24 hours per day, 365 days per year for 70 enslaved people from 1823 to 1865. Economist Julianne Malveaux estimates that $365 million in unpaid labor is owed. Furthermore, adding interest over time amounts to $70 billion.
That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money.
That is a lot. On a side note here. Now, when someone's coming up with this number, and you and I are in the meetings, whatever it is, if it's not reparations, anything else, we're like, and whatever. Maybe it's white guys can't play basketball fund. I don't know what it is. Something like that. You and I are sitting there and we're like, and we're going to charge them $70 billion. Does anybody raise their hand and go, how are they going to pay that?
Right.
I mean, anybody ask the question. I mean, I understand the idea, but if someone sued me for $125 million, yeah, good luck. Good luck with that one. They're waiting a long time.
I mean, as I pointed out yesterday, the Senate approved $60 billion for Ukraine. So the money's there. The question is it right to do this? So would that be a better use of the money than sending it to Ukraine? Would this bury the hatchet, so to speak, on racial issues if reparations were paid?
That's interesting. That's an interesting conversation, because the issue that I've got on the reparations are that we as a country refuse to have what I believe is an honest conversation about it.
Yeah.
I don't believe that we're honest about it. And part of it is reflexive defensiveness from people that have the same pigment as I do. The idea that don't blame me for, I get it, not blaming you for it, but there should be some acknowledgement about the system. And that up until 60 years ago, members that counted themselves as Americans were living under segregation. That's an issue. Mm-hmm. Does that mean you cut them a check? I'm not there yet, but I think we need to have that conversations. One of the things that I think worked the best when apartheid was taken away in South Africa was there was a mandated conversation. There was a talk between both groups about how it was hurting and what happened and how to go forward. And the issues that we have bubbling under the surface in America with our uncomfortable conversations in race don't exist in South Africa anymore because they've had the talk.
You think they don't exist in South Africa? I've seen videos that seem that there's a lot of racial tensions.
There is, but I'm saying the same things that bubble under the surface. There are racial tensions there because of people that grew up in the area, but they've had the conversation. At least they pulled the Band-Aid off the wound. And that's where I think they've gone further than we have. We need to pull the Band-Aid off.
We can get to reparation.
Yeah.
We can get to that conversation right now. This is what I love about the Jeff and Bill show.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mary in Wyoming. Thanks, Mary, for tuning in.
Good morning.
Good morning. What do you think of this?
Well, on the comment also on what Billy said, I thought was right on. We haven't really had a conversation. We did attempt to address it with affirmative action. I mean, there were many, many years on that. What didn't go to me hand in hand with affirmative action was the education. Because remember, we were not allowed to go to colleges. So it's a shame that we didn't include the education along with that we could have progressed. The other thing that I would say is that America has paid. We've had 50 years of welfare? Folks are not working?
Nice point.
In other words, I think we've paid $76 billion, over a 50-year period of time. And then the comment that I would end with is offer them education and jobs and watch them go away.
That's really insightful.
So you think it's not about opportunity. It's about handouts.
Oh, no, I think she's saying the other. I think she's saying it is about opportunity.
If you offer them education jobs, they'll go away. They'll go away in a good way or a bad way.
Yeah, I think what she's saying is going away. Like they won't complain about it. They're not going to continue to say, "Hey, we need reparations." And I think what Mary's saying is that rather than, and I agree with her, the idea of cutting a check, and it's an interesting filter that some of the support, the welfare, is that idea of giving people that money to make themselves better. So I think she's saying what can make a difference. Yeah, she was the opportunity, the idea of giving them, like you're looking for, the opportunities to go to school, the opportunities as far as jobs, and what does that look like? And we may be uncomfortable with the execution of that, but I think that as a society, it would be much greater served than just handing anybody a check, because I'm not convinced that just cutting a $10,000 check, $100,000 check, okay, $1 million check, that might change somebody's life. But the other ones, I'm not convinced that long term changes it, because, and I appreciate the time you're giving me, one of the problems I see is the long-term lack of wealth building that the Black community hasn't been able to do. And that's what I want to see. Handing them a pile of money isn't going to build that wealth. Allowing them the opportunity to create the jobs and to create the companies and to create the innovation, that builds long-term wealth. You go back to Chris Rock. Chris Rock talks about, I don't want to be rich. I want to be wealthy. Shaq is rich. The white guy that signs his check, he's wealthy. That was a joke. That's not mine. That's Chris Rock. That's the difference. Yeah.
There's a whole Office skit.
Yeah, there is. Yes.
Chris Rock.
Yeah.
So I grew up in Colorado native, educated in Colorado public schools, Cherry Hills, West Middle School, Cherry Creek High School.
So if that's who you want to blame, listeners, that would be it.
Right. You could blame that. But
mine's the Catholic schools here in Colorado.
Let me share. I mean, I was generally educated through the 80s and 90s that we were going to get to a kind of colorblind society, right? That Martin Luther King's vision of we judge somebody by the content of their character, not by the color of their skin, was essentially drilled into us. And it feels like things have changed in the last 20 years or so, where we've almost gone back to maybe this is, kind of Marxist in its thinking, that we need that the oppressors need to pay to the oppressed. So we're not moving towards this kind of idealized colorblind society. Instead, we're moving to there was serious harm done by oppressors, and they need to pay to the oppressed. Hence, $70 billion for slave labor during the 1800s at the University of Missouri.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that change? There's been a change in that? Do you think we're still trying? Do you think we're still as this culture trying to become a colorblind society?
Yeah, I think we're still trying, but we all have our internal biases and ways that we have been brought up and culture and areas, and it's a problem. And I think you're absolutely right that the paycheck is a large portion of the issue,
Mhm.
because it's the idea that you, I, other people that are, Hispanic, Asian, all of the taxpayers would have to pay for sins or for things that
Right.
we didn't do.
Right.
And I think that when the conversation on reparations centers around money, it fails at the starting line.
Huh.
I don't think it can go any further because of that dynamic. I think if we talk about opportunities, the idea of, okay, what if we would take whatever the home mortgage rates are right now and lower them by 2.5%
Mhm.
for Black applicants? That's different. And if we want to, we can talk about a government program that could make up the extra money that on the interest, just on the interest, that the bank would not be making. Would we do things where I would look at carve-outs for certain scholarships for getting people into schools? I don't want to lower standards, because all of these students can achieve those standards to get into whatever colleges they want, but they need the opportunity. What I would love to do is, let's do this just for fun. Inside of the Ivy League system for 20 years, let's make it 30 years, spike the legacy admission program. Every time you would choose to bring in a legacy, you bring in someone else.
Yeah.
Someone that can achieve, that gets the scores, but doesn't have that history. And look for minority candidates. Don't necessarily, and I'm not talking necessarily always preference, but blow that up. Blow up that legacy system and give them the opportunity, because I see that more often than not, that the people, I'm going on way too long, but I had it explained to me at one time that the idea would be that in America, if we were playing Monopoly and one segment of the population got 40 turns before the other group got a single turn.
Mhm.
And then as that group started moving around the board for the next 30 turns, the first group could decide to take their money or take their property anytime they wanted to. And then after those turns, look at it and go, how come these two groups aren't equal? They don't have the same resources. They don't access the same resources. That's what I'm trying to correct. And it's not corrected by $70 billion, and it's not corrected by a check. It can't be. And if we do it, we're going to be talking about this 30 years down the road. We're going to have a giant bill, and we're still going to be mad at each other. It's not going to work.
Text messages coming in. I had to pay to go to college. My children, I had to help pay them to go to college. I don't want to continue to pay for other people to go to college. So 5311, fair critique. Give us a call at 303-696-1971. How much would you pay in reparations personally? No one's stopping individuals from writing checks.
Yeah. Oh, that's absolutely right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So Jeff Bezos could write a check like this
Yes.
to anybody he wants.
And so could Donald
Right?
Trump. He's a
Right.
billionaire. He could write a check too, if that was a big
So
thing for him.
How much would you pay? And here's my question. At what point have we solved this issue?
Ooh, that's sticky. Yeah, what
At
is
what
the solution?
point,
Ooh.
like, where's the goal? When do we get across the finish line and we go, okay, we've moved past what our country did to slaves and segregation, and
That's
we're
hard.
moving forward, because that's the goal, right? It's not ultimately what we want, or are we just gonna kind of go back and forth doing this in our culture? Phone lines are starting to fill up. 303-696-1971. 303-696-1971. How much would you pay in reparations? And how do you calculate this? I'll give you an example. My family fought on the Union side in the Civil War. I had family members die in the Civil War, fighting on the Union side. So does that change the equation on our side because we fought to try to end slavery in this country? Let's go to Rob.
Hey,
You're on the Jeff and Bill show, News Talk 710 KNUS.
All right, I'll try and be concise. First time I've called in, long time listener to 710.
Great.
Just got to tell you, the conversation makes me angry.
Okay.
How long ago did slavery end? Why are we talking about this? We
No.
had the Japanese internment camps way more recently than we had slavery in this country. Why aren't we talking about paying the people who are still alive, who lived through the internment camps? Why aren't we, why aren't we talking about recent wrongs? We still have, American Indians living on reservations in poverty.
Pardon me, Ron.
I
Rob, got a question.
I-
When you say recent wrongs, what's your timeline? What's your time frame as far as recent? Are we talking 5 years, 10 years, 20, 30? What's your timeline?
I'm just going back in time thinking, if we're trying to right wrongs of this country, why would we start so far back and skip over other nationalities or other cultures that are still going through or have more recently gone through things? We took, and I'm using the internment camps as an example because it is so in your face. We took the property and the freedoms of Americans and we rounded them up and put them into camps on our soil. Think about that.
So Rob, I had to look this up because I wasn't aware of it, but 1988 Civil Liberties Act of 1988, President Ronald Reagan signed a bill providing $1.2 billion or $20,000 a person and an apology to each of the approximately 60,000 living Japanese Americans who had been interned during World War II. Additionally, $12,000 and an apology were given to 450 Aleuts for internment during World War II, and a $6.4 million trust was created for their communities. Ronald Reagan engaged in reparations. That's interesting. Does that change your thought on that, Rob?
And you know what? No, I don't know. Is that enough? Does that compensate the children that were born there? I mean, I actually know someone that lives in Arizona whose nickname is RJ. Never knew why until recently. It was resident Japanese or that sort of thing. It was the moniker tagged to her when she was, in the internment camp, growing up. She was young. And I'm just like, I'm listening to this conversation. It's a huge conversation. I think Billy's right. You're never going to make it right.
Yeah.
You're never going to make it right. It's just part of our culture. And I think at some point we need to acknowledge it, stop apologizing, and move on as a country. We are Americans.
Yeah. Now, Rob, I understand the idea of going back to slavery, and you're saying that's too far back. And you talk about the Japanese internment camps, but we have Americans that are still alive today that lived under segregation. We had Mary that just called recently. She wasn't, her family wasn't allowed to go to college. Her mom and dad weren't, and that's just a generation ago. 60 years ago is when we were still living under things like red lines and that idea. And so I can agree to your premise that we left slavery behind only if your argument then is that we all lived kumbaya and peacefully, that we didn't have Jim Crow laws, that we didn't have lynchings.
Well,
I mean, you understand it did grow for a while.
Given Monday night city council shit show that happened, I don't think we're going to be living in.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. You said a word we can't have on the air. I'm so sorry. I appreciate the phone call, but once you say one of the naughty words that'll get Jeff and I in trouble, I have to kill the phone call. It's one of the rules. It's not. Yeah.
Rob, appreciate the call. Appreciate the questions.
That was a good point, though. I mean, I understand the idea that it's so far back, and I think that's part of the cognitive dissonance that many people have because it's slavery. But we have to talk about what was happening afterwards and what people that are literally 70, 80 years old in our country lived under. And then they had that idea where when they walked down the street, they were not allowed to look at someone of another race. They had to avert their eyes. Now, does that mean they get a check? No, I'm not there yet.
Right. And how much of the challenge that people are facing out there has to do with those types of things or their own bad personal decisions?
Great choice. Yeah.
For one text here is like, you have broken family structures. Is that something that we have to pay for if you're making those, poor decisions with your own family?
Yeah. And so I think there the question is why? What is it inside the community that is leading to these broken family structures? And perhaps if there was more support provided for the families starting out when they were struggling, that maybe we would see a different outcome. It's strange, but the idea is if you give some of those new mothers that are struggling access to things like free childcare, they might be able to get those jobs that could get the family moving. But again, that's a conversation that for me is way outside of giving them a check. I just don't think that's the answer. I don't think that's going to be the solution. I still think that decades down the road, we're going to be back at the starting line again.
Fox News reporting descendants of enslaved who built Missouri University went over $70 billion for unpaid slave labor. We'll continue to follow that story as whether or not you're going to be paying for that. Guys, it's hard to believe, but it's Valentine's Day today. You need a gift for your wife or sweetheart. Naturally, candy, flowers, or a fancy dinner come to mind. But if you're scrambling because it's the day of, don't worry, we got you covered. Get her something she might really need and would not buy for herself. Buy her a few hours of peace and relaxation with a gift package at Beau Visage Skincare and Spa. Let's face it, women love to be pampered, and after 38 years, no one does it better than Beau Visage. Guys, this place is terrific. This is what I got Nicole for Valentine's Day. They have 2 beautiful facilities specializing in luxurious services like fabulous European facials, soothing massages, and much more, all designed to give your special lady a wonderful experience. Plus, they have gift packages to meet anyone's budget, and it's easy shopping for you. Just call 303-779-5002 or online at bvspa.com. This Valentine's Day, send your special lady to Beau Visage, 303-779-5002 or bvspa.com. That's 303-779-5002 or go to bvspa.com. Phone lines are starting to fill up. 303-696-1971. Are you willing to pay for reparations? Does it help our country move forward? Or are we just setting ourselves back and never achieving the goal of colorblindness, racial equality in this country because we continue to pit people against each other? 303-696-1971 or text us on the 710 KNUS app. You're listening to The Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
Phone lines are filling up here. 303-696-1971. Descendants of enslaved who built Missouri University, St. Louis University to be an exact one, over $70 billion for unpaid slave labor. $70 billion. The View of the co-host of The View, Sunny hosted. I don't know if you saw this, Bill.
No.
Black woman went and did the kind of genealogy background that PBS does.
Oh,
where they sit down
those are
and
fun
go through.
shows, actually.
Right.
Sammy Hagar is not Sammy Hagar.
Really?
Yeah, he had a different last name. Yeah, he's not related to the Hagars. Sorry. Sorry, weird stuff I know.
Always
go
goes
ahead,
into music.
I
with
know
Bill.
it does. Yep.
So she finds out that the descendants on her mother's side owned slaves and were part of the trafficking of slaves from Spain. So she still believes in reparations. Question is, no one's stopping Sunny Hostin. I'm sure she has plenty of money. She could pay into a reparations fund.
Yeah.
Is it the role of the government to facilitate that? Now, as we pointed out, Ronald Reagan did do that in 1988, signing a bill providing $1.2 billion or $20,000 a person and an apology to each of the approximately 60,000 living Japanese Americans who had been interned during World War II. My question, which is, at what point do we achieve the parity? At what point do we move past this?
Good point.
And become a society that we want? I think the end goal is that it's kind of Martin Luther King's vision, is that we're judging people by the content of their character, and everybody is a free shot. And if you don't live your life well, that's your own fault. But I understand too if people face setbacks. So
that would be wonderful if we functioned that way.
Yeah.
And the only two things that I would throw out on the table, one would be legacy admissions to Ivy
Leagues. There's a lot of problems with Ivy Leagues.
That's a problem. Yeah, there is. The other one would be exhibit number 1, Hunter Biden. Rich kids get rich kid jobs. The job, then again, I'm not talking corruption. I'm not going to talk anything else like that. I'm just talking about, you and I both know, and listener, Hunter Biden, based on his skill set, had no business sitting on the board of Burisma. Again, I'm not talking breaking laws or anything else. I'm just talking about rich kids get rich kid jobs. Paris Hilton is a DJ. She's awful. Mm-hmm. Rich kids get rich kid jobs. That's kind of how it works. So if we're talking about the idea that we're judging on the content of our character, maybe
you want to take on that issue.
That's
too,
what I really do.
Right?
But yeah, I just look at it. It's and just to throw rocks on the other side too. You're telling me that if Donald Trump was stepping away from his business, Trump org, that if we took all the names off the resumes and we got 1,000 resumes, that the ones of his 2 sons are the ones that are bubbling up to the top. I cannot wrap my head around that idea. So yeah, rich kids get rich kids jobs. So we need to adjust that as well if we're really worried about judging people based on the content of their character.
Fair point.
Rather than the color of their wallet. I mean, skin. Sorry, that was a mistake. Apologize. Just a
I don't think that was.
No, it's not.
Let's go to Bert, Aurora. You're on with the Jeff and Bill Show. News Talk 710 KNUS.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning.
So my question is, would there be a round 2 in that the first round was unsuccessful because the recipients did not have the education or experience to manage their money?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the problem that they found out with universal basic income. You maybe heard this idea popped up like 10 years ago. Well, instead of just providing welfare, what if we just gave people like $40,000 a year? Instead of having to go through snaps and food stamps and all these different, let's just give them $40,000 a year. And what they found was that people that have a challenge managing money don't seem to do that well when you give them more money to manage.
That's weird. I don't know how it works. However, there were some instances of people that did do well, that for a circumstance that did okay. But the idea of just giving someone a check.
Also,
go ahead.
Are you going to have to create an agency to determine, all right, we're going to give you this money, but you can only invest it?
Oh no, Bert, you there? That is interesting. Now, how do you create the agency? The other thing that I would be curious with both you and Jeff, how do you decide? What's that delineation point as far as who gets the reparations or not?
And who has to pay for it?
Yeah.
Too,
Well,
right?
pay for it's going to be all of us. I mean, you know how the government's going to function. It's going to be ha 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 ha. Give me more of your money. That's kind of the function. But how do we decide who gets it?
Larry Elder said something one time. He said, "Just how much money do you think you deserve that somebody else made?"
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
So, anyway,
now the argument.
You have a good day.
Hey,
I need to get
appreciate that,
work.
Bert.
Thank you, Bert from Aurora. Bert's line is open, 303-696-1971. If you have any thoughts on the story of $70 billion to be paid from unpaid slave labor at the St. Louis University in Missouri, that's what they're asking. It'll be interesting to see how the college responds.
Yeah. Now I had to call Frank off the air, said that's a Jesuit university, which is interesting. And I like his point was that the Jesuits, the model, are they go into the poor areas, that ideally they build the schools, regardless of Regis High School here, in areas that aren't necessarily affluent. And so they're trying to reach out. That was the model for the Jesuits, and that was the model for this university. And I think that Frank made an excellent point that this was a university, it was built in an area to help the poor and the downtrodden, and that mission has changed. And now the people that are in that community are saying, no, you now need to give us the money because of it. Just saying the school didn't accomplish what it was supposed to based on our system right now.
There you go. Interesting.
That's a good point.
Colorado Politics reporting, Colorado House Committee kills bill to reduce state income tax rate. Did you enjoy getting your property tax bill, Bill?
Oh, that was fun. Yeah. That's the only thing that was more enjoyable was my recent prostate exam, because at least I know that gentleman a little more better than
the surprise you got on an average increase of 30% across the state of Colorado. Republicans tried to introduce a bill down that would have decreased the state's income tax rate, but it was postponed indefinitely. That's Capitol Hill term for no, we're not going to allow it to see a vote. Well, Governor Jared Polis has perennially voiced support for income tax reductions since getting elected into office. The idea has been a non-starter for Democrat lawmakers. Polis has not specifically supported any proposed bills to reduce taxes. Thank you, Governor Polis. Income tax rates have been a point of contention between Polis and his fellow Democrats in the legislature for several years, with Polis in favor of cuts that he said, quote, should be a part of any significant reforms to Tabor refund mechanisms, unquote. During his State of the State address last month, the governor urged members of his party to set aside their skepticism and consider the potential economic growth that could result from tax cuts. The Democrat majority in the House Finance Committee, however, ultimately voted to indefinitely postpone or vote down HB 1065, which would have reduced the individual and corporate state income tax rates from 4.4% to 4%. If passed, the proposed tax cut would have led to a reduction of over $1 billion in total state income tax collections in the first year. The committee voted nearly on party lines, with one Democrat, Rep. Bob Marshall of Highlands Ranch, voting in favor of the bill. While there have been several bills relating to income taxes introduced this session, this was the only attempt at lowering rates. Here's my question to our fine listeners at 710 KNUS. What are you cutting out of your life now that your property tax went up 30%? Are you having to take a vacation off the table this summer?
For me, it's pants. The viewers can't see on YouTube that, going down south. It's we all have to make sacrifices, and unfortunately, Jeff's sacrifice seeing me in the morning is larger than everybody else's. But I apologize.
So, what are you giving up? I mean, was that tax bill as bad as you thought it was going to be?
Worse.
Was it worse?
Worse.
Bill had to. Elbert County wasn't too bad. I think the county commissioners out there did some work to keep that from, I think ours was an increase of 7%.
Ooh, that's nice.
Which wasn't too bad compared to what the rest of the Coloradans are facing.
It's really, really ugly. And the core of the question I have, and anybody should be asking this of a Democrat that does not believe we should lower our state taxes, is you ask them one question. What is the function of Tabor? Okay, two-part question. What is the function of Tabor, and why do I keep getting a check back every year?
Mm-hmm.
Ask the question, because it's obvious. The function of Tabor is to control state spending.
Right.
And the reason you get a check back is because, wait for it, the state collected too much tax money and has to give it back to you. Maybe, in my weird little island where I live, that if you're collecting too much of the people's money, it means you don't need it in the first place.
But
It's a
Bill,
weird
there's
idea.
so many things they could do with all that additional
So
money.
much good.
Think about all the good that the government does. They're so efficient in the
love
way
you. That
they
is
spend
fantastic.
money that if you just gave
Yeah.
them a little bit more,
Yes.
this world would be so much better. You
Yeah.
selfish man.
I am. I'm so selfish. I can't realize that the only way to solve all these problems is if I just gave the Democrats more of my money. How can I be this stupid?
So I want to hear from you seriously, because we need to send these messages to elected officials. What is your family going through as a result of on average, 30% increase in your property tax bills? Don't hide this. We've got to talk about this. And Republicans down at the state capitol tried to introduce a bill. It was shot down almost entirely by party lines, with one Democrat coming over to vote with Republicans on this. But maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe everything's just putting along just fine and it's not that big of a deal. But I think my guess is for most families in the state of Colorado, you are taking a hit. You're going to cancel something, maybe not a sports camp, maybe a vacation this summer. Maybe you're holding off on the car you want to go to, or the school of your dreams.
Maybe you skip a vacation.
Or you had to
No,
get
you're not doing
a
that.
second job. I know a lot of people that are getting second jobs to deal with this economy. So give us a call, 303-696-1971, 303-696-1971, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. Hey, listen, if you're sick and tired of achy joints, dread the idea of surgery, I don't blame you. You don't heal as quickly as you get older. You need to call QC Kinetics today. Hey, it's Jeff Hunt. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative non-surgical drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. This is a revolutionary approach that can get you the long-term relief with no downtime. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk and run and play and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. Take it from an ultra runner. Movement is necessary for life. And if you don't have it, give QC Kinetics a call. All right. Phone lines are starting to come in. Let us know how this property tax is affecting you. And let's send a message to the lawmakers down at the state capitol. Friends, you're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710, KNUS.
All right, let's go to Joan in Lakewood. You're pointing out that in Jefferson County, the ballots are getting there before the tax bills are.
Yep. And I think it's a really funny thing because, first of all, the Republican ballot has everybody. You know, Vivek is still there, and Asa Hutchinson is still there, and it's truly interesting how they've got people that are no longer involved there. So you can vote for Vivek here in Colorado, even though he's not doing anything right now.
Well, and it's not super clear yet from the U.S. Supreme Court whether or not your vote for Trump will count, because that was what was challenged at the U.S. Supreme Court. So you can vote for Trump. It can go in, and we're going to have to wait and hear from the U.S. Supreme Court as to whether or not it counts. It's kind of crazy.
I actually think that somebody leaked that it was going that direction, and they're only waiting for the opinion now.
Yeah, at this point, we're just waiting for the opinion. That's right, from the U.S. Supreme Court. But I do find it interesting that, of course, you know, politicians find every angle. We saw this with Jared Polis during the last election, where you got your Colorado cashback program with a nice letter from Jared Polis and a little signature with your refund check, as if Jared Polis, out of the kindness of his heart, opened his bank account to the voters of Colorado.
He renamed it. The dirty son of a...
They did the same thing here in Jefferson County. They sent out your check from Tabor, and then they had this propaganda letter. I think was probably written by the political consultants that they've hired.
Yeah.
So,
nice callback, Joan. That was great.
So the thing that I think is interesting, and I'd like to see, in New Hampshire, the Democrats unaffiliated and played in the ballot for Nikki Haley, and they've determined that 70% of the vote that Nikki Haley got was from the other side. And I'm trying to figure out what percentage will play in this time by crossing over and voting in the Republican.
It's going to be interesting to watch. It'll be fascinating. Joan from Lakewood, thanks so much for the call. Let's go to Doc, Highlands Ranch. Joan's line's open, 303-696-1971. Doc, you're on the Jeff and Bill Show, News Talk 710 KNUS.
Well, it's good to hear you guys. I must say I miss Governor Brock. Well, he didn't make governor, did he?
Oh, he would have been a good one.
We can hope.
He would have been a good one.
We can hope.
Little circuitous segue there, be that
like
as
that.
it may. Well, heck, what I would say and suggest is macro or microeconomics being taught in our schools. And among those reasons, and I'm not bandying semantics here, to understand rather than tax, how about invest? Is there any politician that ever says, well, we're going to invest in and I'm going to catch heat for this, but be that as it may, I feel that 50% of our budget should go to the Department of Defense. And there's reasons for that. But be that as it may, I'll shut up and let you guys go.
All right, Doc, thanks
Doc,
so much for the call.
that.
Invest instead of tax. It would be, well, then you could, if you did invest like everybody else who invests, you'd want to look at returns.
Yeah.
Right?
Good
And
point.
we never seem to really judge our government by that. Hey,
Yeah.
speaking of
That's a good point. I like what Doc was thinking about that.
of a good person that came from a communist country, came to America, and has made it work. And for those of us that are conservatives, we look at our finances and we want to spend them with a good company. I can guarantee you Mitch Floria is a good patriotic American. When it comes to creating the perfect kitchen or bathroom countertop, it's all about understanding the client's needs and personal style. That's why communication is key. Mitch Floria is the master craftsman with the art of granite and works with this team of highly skilled craftsmen, each with their own unique expertise to help bring your vision to life. From single residential installations to large-scale projects, Mitch and his team at the Art of Granite will listen to you and get you what you need. Mitch provides granite, marble, quartz, and other materials from his own warehouse in Denver West. I visited it. It's beautiful. at wholesale prices with no markup so you can get the most of your budget. When you go into his office, he's got a big American flag. He's got a big statue of a bald eagle. He's got the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution framed. He is a true American. Mention KNUS and receive a bathroom countertop free with the purchase of your fantastic new kitchen countertops, or get a kitchen or bathroom sink free with the purchase of any countertop package. Schedule a consultation with Mitch and then visit his beautiful showroom in Denver West, or call Mitch at 303-386-5919. Or you can visit his website at theartofgranite.com to start dreaming about your new countertops. That's theartofgranite.com. Did you see this story that the Democrats down at the state capitol have introduced a bill to essentially ban all new drilling in the state of Colorado after 2030? No more oil and gas operations. They want to go for the jugular on the oil and gas operations. And we're going to have Dan Haley on, the president and CEO of Colorado Oil and Gas Association, to give us insight on this. I mean, it's like 11% of the GDP of the state of Colorado.
Yeah,
comes from oil and
basically
gas.
the Democrats are just doing the because we said so rule. That's their argument. Because we said so.
We'll come after all that oil and gas and the profits and the money for schools. Speaking of investments versus spending, my goodness, that cut would devastate the state of Colorado. And I want to hear from you about this. Are we going to allow this to continue to happen to our state? Give us a call, 303-696-1971. You're listening to the Jeff and Bill Show
on News Talk 710 KNUS.
8 a.m. in the Mile High City on this Wednesday, February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day and happy Ash Wednesday to all of you listening to 710 KNUS. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, good morning, Jeff. Well, one of those holidays was a surprise to me.
And to me.
Yeah, no, sorry about that, Mom.
People
Yeah.
they got ash on their forehead.
I know. I'm like, oh, I'm bad.
That's that day.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
that day.
All right.
Well, we've covered a whole lot on the show today. So if you missed any of it, go to 710 KNUS. You can listen to our podcast, everything from the Mayorkas impeachment. Do you agree with Ken Buck in voting against that? Or has Ken Buck abandoned his constituents in the state of Colorado? Is he principled or not? Your call. We took lots of calls during the 6 o'clock hour. 7 o'clock hour, we talked about reparations and a university in Missouri facing a request for $70 billion in reparation payments. So 7 o'clock hour, we're now going to get into this effort to ban entirely in the state of Colorado oil and gas operations by Colorado Democrats pushing to end all new drilling by 2030. We're going to hear from Dan Haley in just a second, but let's get to the news with Blake Olson.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. 29, partly cloudy in Denver, expecting highs in the low 50s today. The 7-10 5-day forecast is coming up. Our top story, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has been impeached by Republicans in a historic House vote. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise was back in Washington after receiving cancer treatments, giving Republicans the necessary votes to overcome the razor-thin majority and get the impeachment over the finish line after failing last week. Mayorkas is the first cabinet official to be impeached since the 1870s. House Democrats are looking to force a vote on the $95 billion foreign aid bill that passed the Senate this week. The bill, which provides defense funding for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, faces heavy opposition from Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson. Democrats hope to use a procedural move that would require some Republicans to sign on to get the legislation up for a vote. Colorado Springs is not a sanctuary for illegal immigrants. The city made it official Tuesday by passing a resolution brought to the table by City Council member Dave Donaldson.
City Council affirms remaining a non-sanctuary city and asserts it will not spend taxpayer dollars on services related to this crisis.
It comes just days after the mayor made it clear the priority is to take care of residents first. The resolution does not have any legal impact, but rather sending a message about the city council's stance on the illegal immigrant situation. All classes at Adams City High School are online today because there's a non-sanctioned sick out by the teachers. They want more money. Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash drivers will strike in nearly a dozen cities today, seeking better pay. It's the first strike called since Uber and Lyft went public in 2019. The drivers are expected to picket outside airports and Uber offices. History will be made in the Oakland A's broadcast booth this upcoming season. NBC Sports California has named Jenny Kavnar as the primary play-by-play announcer for all A's games. It marks the first time in MLB history a woman will serve as the primary play-by-play voice for a team. Kavnar spent the last 12 years as a backup play-by-play announcer for the Rockies, and she was an intern when I was at one of those TV stations in Denver. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was so long ago.
7, 4, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jenny is
so
a
cool.
professional. Yeah, it's a great thing. And her dad was a baseball coach. So
and also now you get access to free tickets.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
positive.
right. And now I don't know if she'll end up in Oakland. I think the A's are going to end up in Las Vegas. It sounds like I haven't kept up with that.
Now she's even better. Now she's even better of a friend. She's a much closer friend because who wants to go to Oakland? Vegas,
moving
though.
on
Yeah,
up. That's right. I like those buffets in Vegas.
yeah.
Hey, top 25 hoops last night. CSU falls to San Diego State 71-55. Avs over the Capitals 6-3. Nuggets try to get back on track tonight against the Kings at Ball Arena. It's 27 in Lone Tree, 26 in Arvada, 29 in Denver. Go get your chocolates and flowers, guys. Jeff and Billy continue. Blake Olson, News Talk 710, KNUS.
Want to take your favorite radio station wherever you go? Well, now there's an app for that. No matter where you are, stream your favorite shows. Tap the app to listen to podcasts. Talk back to your favorite local hosts.
At the tone, leave a message.
Call the show. Set your alarm. Enter contests and win prizes. All in the palm of your hand. Available now for iOS and Android devices in the App Store or Google Play. And best of all, it's free. Download today.
Denver Gazette reporting Colorado Democrats push to end new oil drilling by 2030. A proposal at the state capitol to ban new oil and gas drilling in Colorado by 2030, which sponsors claim is necessary to counteract climate change and address, quote, adverse health impacts, unquote, is raising a furor throughout the industry. Meanwhile, a spokesperson for Governor Jared Polis said he was not consulted on the proposal and is yet to review it. The measure argues Colorado's economy is, quote, ready for the clean energy transition, unquote, claiming the industry produces roughly 4 times more natural gas and 2 times more oil than Coloradans use. Oh, no, we are shipping oil out. How dare we export a product from Colorado?
The horror. I'm shocked.
Sponsored by Senator Sonia Lewis, Democrat from Boulder, the bill says existing wells will, quote, continue to produce for decades, unquote, and the state's energy needs are increasingly being met by renewable resources. Oil and gas production in Colorado is among the state's top industries. A study from the American Petroleum Institute said that in 2021, oil and gas activities contributed more than $48 billion to Colorado's gross domestic product, $19.8 billion in direct benefits, and $20.8 billion in indirect benefits, which constituted 11.2% of the state's total GDP.
Now, Jeff, just before I go a little close, I just point of clarification. Did you just tell me that the Democrats are saying that it is a bad thing when Colorado produces too much oil?
Yes.
But just last hour, we were having a conversation about how the Democrats thought it was a good thing that we were producing too much tax money and then they wanted to keep it. I am so confused. I got to go think about this.
As Dennis Prager said, if they thought through consequences, they'd be Republicans. Let's go to Dan Haley's the president and CEO of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. He's joining us via Zoom, so you can see his smiling face via our YouTube channel if you watch there. But do we have Dan on?
I don't know. I'm getting music here. I don't know where he is here at this point. That's odd. Okay.
Dan, can you hear us?
Talk amongst yourself for a sec. Talk amongst yourself. I'm going to figure this out.
All right. Dan is, we're figuring it out over here. But Dan will be joining us in just a second. As I mentioned, he's the president and CEO of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association, which I think is hopefully going to be having some words with regards to this bill. I mean, if you can imagine this, and feel free to call in at 303-696-1971. 303-696-1971. But how do you make up 11.2% of the state GDP? I mean, I'm serious about this. This is like one of those, I live in some bizarre fantasy world with unicorns and rainbows and everything's sparkly, and we can just get rid of oil and gas. Not only would that affect 11.2% of the GDP, it would devastate the amount of jobs that industry provides. Right? The study prepared by PricewaterhouseCoopers shows the industry supports more than 300,000 jobs, both direct and indirect, comprises 7.7% of Colorado's total employment, and provides $34.1 billion in labor income. Were we able to get Dan back?
I don't know. Let's try.
Dan, can you hear me? Dan Haley.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, see, there's Dan, but why can't he hear anything?
Can you hear us, Dan?
This is obviously going as intended. Technology is fantastic.
Dan Haley.
All right, that's obviously not working.
CEO.
Okay,
do you want to give him a call?
Yes, but as we make the cake on the air, I don't think that I have his personal number
I will
on there. So yeah, I know.
give it
Yeah,
to
if you
you
can put
in
in the
just a
thing, yeah,
second.
then we will do. And that is, and so while Jeff is busy doing other stuff, yeah, you and I are going to talk for a second. But again, keep this in mind that these are the Democrats that are telling you at this point that it is awful that we are producing too much oil and gas.
Yeah.
And at the same time, they want to keep more of your tax money. The other thing that is super, super important about this is understand where a lot of that oil and gas drilling is taking place. A lot of it is not on our national parks land.
Right.
A lot of the oil and gas drilling is done on private property. They have to negotiate with it. And the reason that's important is because that is a revenue stream for the property owners.
Right.
I know farmers and ranchers on the East Plains of Colorado that this is a wonderful supplement for their income. It is fantastic. It is a wonderful way to keep their farms alive. And I'm not talking about big conglomerations. I'm not talking about Monsanto. I'm talking about families that have been working that land for generations, and this helps them keep it going. Come on.
Dan's going to call in here, and I think we'll get him right up on the phone. Technical glitches with the Zoom. Dan Haley is the president and CEO of Colorado Oil and Gas. Dan, thanks so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Sorry I wasn't able to get through on the Zoom, but congratulations.
Oh, no, it was a lot of buildup. It makes you super special when it takes us this long to get you on. So, yeah, it's much, much better this way.
So Colorado Democrats push to end new oil drilling by 2030. Is this, I think, the most important question people are asking, is this likely to succeed in your opinion?
You know, I don't know. We have to take it seriously because this is a ban on our industry beginning in 2029, which is just 5 years away. Democrats control the state house by very large margins. I would like to believe there are enough reasonable Democrats who will stand up and say, no, we're not going to ban an industry that employs more than 100,000 Coloradans who produce the energy that we all use every single day. But we have to take this threat seriously. It's been introduced. It has a bill number. We don't know when it will be up in committee. But again, this is obviously it's a ban on a very vital, important industry. So we're taking it seriously.
I know you, the Colorado Oil and Gas Association probably works directly with the governor's office. Have you gotten a take from Governor Polis with regards to what he thinks about this bill?
We have not. That's obviously somebody that we will be engaging throughout this process. I don't believe this reflects the governor's vision for our industry in Colorado. He has been in office for 5+ years now. If he wanted to ban our industry, he probably could have. So I don't believe this reflects what he wants for our state. But again, we're taking it very seriously.
Dan Haley, president of CEO of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. I think you are spot on when you say that we need to take this seriously, because remember, we're talking about the Democrats in Colorado that not once but twice have come to us and suggested that the best ways that we can help intravenous drug users is to set up a place where they can do it and we can watch them. That's their solution. So I think you're absolutely right on. We need to take this seriously because those are their solutions to these problems.
Well,
yes.
Go ahead, Dan.
Go ahead, Jeff. I was just going to say the conversations that we had a conversation with the bill sponsors last week, and I just don't believe the conversations they're having are rooted in reality. I don't believe they understand the types of energy that we're going to need tomorrow, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. And what we're trying to talk with them about is, if we're not producing this resource here in Colorado under some of the toughest environmental standards in the world, if we're not producing it here, we're going to be relying on other countries for our energy, other countries that don't protect the environment in ways that we do here. So if they're thinking about this from an environmental solution, I think this has a negative impact on the environment. California has reduced its oil production by 60%, but it hasn't reduced its consumption of it. Gavin Newsom a few years ago even conceded, we're getting our oil from Saudi Arabia and Colombia, and his words were, this is not an environmental solution. We don't want to go down the path of California. We don't have to go down the path of California. We can have the economy that we need, the environment we need, and the energy that we need here in Colorado.
Back in 2018, Proposition 112 sought to provide minimum distance requirements for new oil and gas fracking projects. It went down 55 to 44. And then I believe it was just the next year that the Democrats down at the state legislature just implemented it anyways. Isn't that correct? Don't they just kind of shun the will of the people?
Yeah, they definitely shunned the will of the people by passing what they called at the time the most comprehensive oil and gas regulation change in 60 years. It didn't exactly implement Proposition 112, but it definitely put into motion a series of rulemakings which added things like longer setbacks to our operations here in Colorado, not quite at the 2,500 foot level that Proposition 112 did. But again, that's a valuable lesson to think about. Just a few short years ago, Coloradans said, we want this industry in Colorado, and we don't want you to ban it. What was a really interesting fact that came out during that time was we looked at job losses. If that were to be approved, the amount of job losses were staggering. And what people didn't understand was most of those weren't even in our industry. They were other jobs that exist because this industry is in Colorado. We're considered a primary employer. So for every one job that's created in the oil field or the gas patch, 2 or 3 are created elsewhere in the economy, either to support that job or because that job exists. Those things go away. If you ban this industry in 2030, as this bill does, that not only impacts your friends and neighbors who work in this industry, it impacts teachers. Hundreds of millions of dollars will dry up to go into the classroom right now. It impacts real estate agents. It impacts people who sell cars, restaurants. If you don't mind, I'll share one quick story that I don't think when people are targeting one particular industry, they're not thinking about the ripple effect. Down in Pueblo, there's a steel mill that produces seamless steel pipe and other things. Much of that seamless steel pipe comes up to northern Colorado, is put into the ground to bring oil and gas to surface and to market. Though Pueblo has had a difficult economy for years. If you ban this industry, it impacts Pueblo, even though there's no oil and gas down there. I don't think our lawmakers are seeing the implications that their actions have.
You wrote in a statement that the mere introduction of this bill sends a chilling message to every business across the state that some of our elected leaders are willing to put you out of business, even if you supply a product they use every single day. Dan Haley, president and CEO of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. You work directly with these oil and gas providers, with the people that are on the ground. Why do they continue to do business in a state that's so hostile to them?
Yeah, so it's a great question. Some folks don't do business here anymore. Our concern when a bill like this is passed is that investment will look elsewhere. What's important, I think, for investors to understand is we have been able to produce this resource under these very strict standards. Our operators who work in Colorado know that they must meet a high bar, and they're meeting it every single day. We've got really good geology in this state. We have oil and gas resources that the world needs, and we believe we should be producing them here in the state. We can still produce them. As I said, the governor has been governor for 5 years. We're still producing this resource. Yes, there are challenges. Yes, there are tons of rules that we must meet, rulemakings that we've had to go through that have had an impact on our industry, but we continue to do that here. This bill would not allow us to do it.
Dan Haley's the president and CEO of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. He's responding to a bill that was introduced by Senator Sonia Lewis, a Democrat out of Boulder, that would essentially ban oil and gas new drilling by 2030. I've been on a fracking rig, Dan. I've seen how it operates. It's so cool. It is great to meet the people that work on these rigs. Thank God for the energy that they provide for not only the state of Colorado, but for the nation. Have these Democrat lawmakers ever come out and visited a fracking rig? Have they taken a field trip with you guys to see this industry?
We invite them often. Some of them have come out, and I give them credit for that. And we've shared with them, you don't have to like us, but if you're going to be regulating us, if you're going to be passing laws, you need to come out and at least learn. That's part of your job. And some of them have come out, and it can change minds when they see the processes that are in the way, the safety that is happening. And I always point out things to them. You know, we worry about spills and things like that. You'll see liner all across these drilling pads. They'll put liner underneath trucks to catch something that might be dripping from a truck from the oil pan, like your truck or car might do, right? So they'll see just how clean this process is and how much work goes into it to make sure that we're producing this cleaner, better, and safer than most anywhere on the planet. And I also want to point out, you mentioned the men and women who work in this industry. That's what this is about. And I think we often forget that. This is an industry that can still employ and does employ people with a high school diploma. I grew up in Colorado, and if you grew up earlier than I did, in the 40s, 50s, 60s, even the 70s and 80s when I was growing up, you could get a high school diploma, get a good job, buy a house, raise a family. Those jobs are few and far between for people with high school diplomas now. This is still an industry where you can do that. Jeff, that's the American dream, right? To be able to provide for your family, to have a job, to buy a house. And you can still do that in Colorado. You can still do that in this industry. Why chase these jobs away? We're not going to chase oil and gas away. It's still going to take place. It's just going to take place someplace else, and those jobs will go someplace else instead of being here in our state.
Dan Haley, the president and CEO of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. So the great listeners of KNUS want to do something to support this effort to stop this bill that would essentially ban new oil and drilling wells by 2030, oil and gas wells. What do they do? How do they get involved? How do they join with you to try to stop this?
A couple things. One, the first immediate action you can do is go to koga.org/take action. Koga, COGA.org/take action, or just koga.org. We've got information on how they can get to their lawmakers and send an email telling them to vote this down. I would encourage them to email, to talk with their Democratic representatives. The Republican legislators are with our industry and want to see this defeated. So if you could, share that information with those folks in the nicest possible way, how important this industry is to our economy. And I would encourage them to talk with their friends and neighbors. I think a lot of people don't understand how important this is, that we're not going to immediately go to all renewables tomorrow. Jeff, we say a lot that we've never really had an energy transition in this country. We don't use whale oil anymore, but people are still using fire for power and for heat. So we don't really transition from anything. We add new fuels to the mix. We're not going to transition away from oil and natural gas. We will need it for the long foreseeable future. We should be producing it here in Colorado under these tough environmental standards.
Now, Dan, I have a question for you. Could you briefly outline for us the case that the Democrats have created inside of this bill? Because from where I sit, their case to make why we need to ban this is shockingly thin. To me, it boils down to because we feel like it and because we say so. Am I wrong?
Yeah. So we had a call with the sponsors, and I appreciate them for being on that call with us. We asked them those questions, and for them, it boiled down to mass extinction. And they are worried about mass extinction, and they believe by eliminating oil and gas in Colorado that we can help stave that off.
Now they're only worried about Democrat. They're only worried about Democrat mass extinction. If the Republicans, the conservatives did, they would cheer, they'd have a party, and there'd be a day off for everybody. But I tease. But you're right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So that's where they're heading, and they said other countries are moving to this standard as well, and that's just not true. Places like Germany did get off of did rely on renewables too quickly, closed down their nuclear plants, got rid of natural gas, and then they ended up relying on Russia for their natural gas.
Yep.
And guess what? When the war in Ukraine began, they didn't have that gas, and American liquefied natural gas helped save the continent of Europe last winter.
Yep.
Our gas was exported to them to help them keep the lights on, to keep the power on, keep the heat on during the winter time. So I understand the concerns that people have about climate, about the environment, and that's why it's incumbent upon us as an industry to make sure we're producing it, showing that our emissions are going down. Our emissions in the Front Range here have gone down more than 50% over the last 10 years. These are all, we've got data point after thousands and thousands of data points showing how this industry is getting cleaner and better. So again, I don't believe that's an environmental solution. I'll share one other factoid with you. We produce less than 1/4 of 1 percentage point of the global greenhouse gases here in Colorado. It's something like 0.21 of global greenhouse gases. Should we continue to reduce our emissions in Colorado? Yes, it's the right thing to do. Are we going to save the world from by doing that? No.
That's a good point, Dan, because obviously if things go totally south and things go horrible and we're all, during the burning world, that people are going to sit around and go, we could have solved this, but Colorado, yeah, their fault. Obviously, all our fault.
We're talking with Dan Haley, the president and CEO of Colorado Oil and Gas Association. They are preparing the response to an effort by Colorado Democrats to end new oil drilling by 2030. It would decimate the state. Oil and gas makes up 11.2% of the state's total GDP. The industry supports more than 300,000 jobs, both
Good
direct
paying
and
jobs.
indirect. That's right, and comprises 7.7% of Colorado's total employment and provides $34.1 billion in labor income, including all the tax benefits that come in. This is a disaster.
Yep.
Lining up at the state capitol, and the good people at the Colorado Oil and Gas Association will be fighting this to defend the jobs of just about every Coloradan that would be affected by this.
Yeah.
So, Dan, I so appreciate you being on the show, and we'll continue to track this. Please be a friend and call us and update us, and hopefully this thing dies the death it deserves.
You got it. Thanks so much for the time. I appreciate it. And congratulations again on your show.
Thank you, Dan. Friends, I got to tell you about my other good friend, Dan Caplis, at the law offices of Dan Caplis. Dan is believed to be the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in motor vehicle crash cases. Dan and his partner, Babar Wahid, won the largest truck crash jury verdict in Colorado history. The firm's history of 7- and 8-figure settlements and verdicts speaks for itself. They are a firm where good people from all walks of life, without regard to ability to pay, receive the level of legal representation that the rich and powerful enjoy. Dan Caplis Law believes that talk is cheap, experience counts, results matter. The firm would be happy to share with you its track record of outstanding jury verdicts and out-of-court settlements. Dan Caplis Law believes that who you hire says a lot about you to everyone involved in the case. They suggest you choose a firm that shares your values. If Dan Caplis would absolutely be the first person I call if I needed his help. The firm believes that its core values have been the foundation of its historic success: faith, integrity, hard work, and a dedication to righteous causes. He is a man of tremendous values. If you need Dan's help, give him a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dancaplis.law.com. That's Dan, C-A-P-L-I-S, law.com. Phone lines are open, 303-696-1971. What did you think about what Dan Haley had to say about this new effort to ban all oil and gas drilling, new oil and gas drilling by 2030, essentially carving out just over 10% of the entire state's total GDP? The left believes that we are in a moment of extreme crisis. And if we don't adjust this, it'll be an extinction level event. Are they right? Or are they just wackos? And they're going to destroy our economy following this crazy belief. Give us a call, 303-696-1971, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. You're listening to The Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
It's Wednesday, February 14th, 8:33 in the morning. Happy Valentine's Day to you. By the way, it's also Ash Wednesday. I saw this just pop up. You know, Parker United Methodist Church will be offering drive-through ash forehead operations today from 7 a.m. to 8:30. So you've already missed that, but you can go back from 4 to 5:30 p.m. Just drive right through, Bill.
Hey, the lifelong Catholic in me appreciates the functionality and the thing. That is absolutely it. I mean, it is. How many times have you sat in the pews and you're looking at your watch, the guy in the pulpit, you're like, kickoff's in half an hour. You gotta hear this up. That's what we do in the Catholic Church. That's kind of thing.
And you just drive right through.
Yeah,
he'll stick his hand and
be
just
great.
give you the ash.
What I need is
I
need drive-through confessional. That's what I need. That'll really help me
I'm
out
sorry,
here.
I was a
Yes,
sinner.
it's
She just drive right
going.
there.
Yeah, that's about it.
We just hosted Dan Haley, the CEO and president of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. Colorado Democrats have decided that 2029 will be the last year we have any new drilling in the state.
We're all green by then. Everything's solved.
All green.
Yeah.
And, you know, just when it gets cold outside, huddle and burn wood, apparently.
We know that one thing that happens as far as technology and innovation, and especially anything dealing with the climate, that when a state legislature decides a change must be made, everything changes. Nature, technology, absolutely, because they control everything. The idiots, they just have morons.
Tell us what you think about this bill, 303-696-1971, 303-696-1971. Is this good for the state of Colorado, or are we just plummeting ourselves back into the dark ages where you're going to see like what happened in Texas, right, where the grid can't hold, and all of a sudden you got more ice and snow, and gosh, if we just had more oil and gas, things would be steady and easy. Bill, have you made up your mind on nuclear power yet?
Yeah. I'm in favor of it. I like nuclear power. I think there needs to be some mitigation. There are problems. We've had things like Chernobyl. We've had the meltdown in Japan.
3 Mile Island.
Yeah. So there are issues. But for me, when this is the thing that I have is when you talk to the clean energy people, nuclear is fairly clean as far as what their function. They're worried about emissions and gases and the effect on the environment. Yes, there is nuclear waste. However, we do have some solutions to them. One of the somewhat expensive but easiest would be shoot it somewhere in space. I mean, again, expensive rather than burying it into the ground. If again we're going to be environmental about it, but I have a real issue with the environmentalists that they don't want to lean into more nuclear energy because it solves so many of the problems they claim to hold dear.
That's right. Text message here. It's amazing to me that almost everyone now has bought into the notion that our climate is so horrible. Our environment is so much better than it was 30 or 40 years ago, and people just don't want to acknowledge it. We've allowed our government to regulate everything to the point of putting oil and gas essentially out of business. They have jumped through every hoop that has been thrown at them, but it hasn't been enough. It's never good enough for the Democrats. So now the next step is just to ban the industry entirely. I worked on a documentary years ago in response to Al Gore's, what was this film? I even forget the name of it.
We're all going to die.
Climate.
Yeah, everything's on fire.
But we filmed these attorneys pulling out all the rules and regulations and applications they have to do. And it just piled and piled and piled on top of this table to where you could barely see the guy, right? Just to be able to do basic oil and gas. Here's my question. Are you concerned, as the Democrats are, listeners of 710 KNUS, with regards to the environment? That we are in a extinction level event? I don't know if you see these like young people that throw, soup, for instance, on famous paintings and destroy that because they're so caught up in this idea that our world is going to be destroyed. And if we don't act right now, it's all going to come to an end. And here's my response. I spent 5 summers as a river guide up in Buena Vista, Colorado, and every single day outside, the entire day outside. I've seen good water years. I've seen bad water years. I was a river guide in 2002, the year we had those horrible fires in Colorado. It was like the 100-year drought, and ash was falling on our cars in Buena Vista, Colorado. I've been through all of this. I think I know the environment more than most Democrats do down at the state capitol. I actually spend time at it. I'm a rancher too, so I spend my weekend outside with my animals. Water is absolutely critical to industries that I have put my career into.
Now,
and I don't think we're in some precipice of disaster. And if we don't act right now, the whole thing's going to fall apart. Meanwhile, get rid of 300,000 jobs in the state of Colorado.
Now, you know how I roll. I like to make these conversations more complicated. So I'm going to lean into that a little bit. I would agree with you. I don't think that we are on that precipice, but I would say that, and to the texter, we have real world examples, and especially one right here in both Colorado and America, that climate change exists. It's not something that can be denied. It does exist. We can debate both human impact and human mitigation. I think that's fair. But this constant drumbeat that I hear from conservatives that are saying, look, I have a snowball, so that means the climate's not changing. That's stupid. There's a difference between weather and climate. Now, here is your real world example of climate change.
Yes.
Growing up, we had a thing called tornado season. We had an area of the country that was called Tornado Alley.
Right.
Now, doesn't exist. We don't have a tornado season, and we get tornadoes all over the country. That is a direct result of climate change. That is real-time example of the climate changing. That's why we don't have a tornado alley or a tornado season. Now, that is factual that all of us can observe in our lifetimes. Now, can we then extrapolate and talk about whether or not what is the human impact and what is the human mitigation? That's really where the conversation needs to be. We are doing ourselves a disservice by saying climate change doesn't exist because there is direct proof. Now, the impact, mitigation, that I think is an interesting conversation.
I think the pushback on conservatives with regards to climate change is that it's a vehicle for so much government control and regulation of
Good
your
point.
lives, right? So if this was just an ethereal conversation about like tornadoes, for instance, and whether or not they're improving, whether or not there's more, do we still have a tornado alley? That's one thing. But if it's climate change is happening, ergo we must ban all oil and gas by 2030, people go, come on.
Excellent point. And you're absolutely right. And that is the disservice that the Democrats, liberals, environmentalists, that is the disservice that they do as well. They feel that this idea of an extinction level event should motivate everybody, but it won't because it is too big. You need to talk about the little things. If you want environmentalism to really take hold, you do things that talk about what's happening inside of your community. It's fair. When we had Dan on a minute ago, he's talking about all the mitigation that happens with oil and gas drilling in Colorado.
Right.
That is a fair conversation to have about environmental impact, and that is real world. That's where I think we need to be functioning. We need to be looking at that idea. Like in Colorado, we have so much sunshine. Why the Democrats are looking at restricting oil and gas and not doing something like, I don't know, subsidizing putting solar panels on top of south-facing houses or any house in order to reduce the amount of money we are paying through Excel and to give money. That seems to make sense if you're really concerned about what's going on in the environment.
It's a fair critique.
And that's something that a consumer can then make the decision. But the idea the Democrats come and go, nope, no more green in 3-5 years.
Lose your job.
Yes,
please.
just idiots.
All
Stop it.
right. Well, it is Valentine's Day, guys. And if you just woke up or you're getting going and that just hit you, we've got your help here. Okay. It's hard to believe, but it is Valentine's Day. You need a gift for your wife or sweetheart. Naturally, candy, flowers, or a fancy dinner come to mind. But this year, get her something she might really need and would not buy for herself. Buy her a few hours of peace and relaxation with a gift package at Beau Visage Skincare and Spa. Let's face it, women love to be pampered. And after 38 years, no one does it better than Beau Visage. Guys, this place is terrific. It's what I got Nicole for Valentine's Day this year. They have 2 beautiful facilities specializing in luxurious services like fabulous European facials, soothing massages, and much more, all designed to give your special lady a wonderful experience. Plus, they have a gift package to meet any of your budget, and it's easy shopping for you. Just call 303-779-5002 or online at bvspa.com. This Valentine's Day, send your special lady to Beau Visage, 303-779-5002 or bvspa.com. That's 303-779-5002 or go to bvspa.com. Doing our best to help you out, gentlemen. Really easy.
Can't blame us
Give
tomorrow.
them a call. That's exactly right. At the top of the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to have Dagna Van Der Jagt joining us in studio. She's a district attorney candidate for Judicial District 23. She's in a primary race against George Brockler. We're going to talk all about what she's going to do to improve and lead this new district as a district attorney candidate. So very excited to have her joining us. It'll be a fun show. Friends, you're listening to The Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710, KNUS.
Coming up at the 9 o'clock hour, she's already in studio. Dagny Van Der Jagt is joining us. She's running for district attorney candidate in Judicial District 23. And so we're going to talk about how she's going to clean up this district. Those crazy Elbert County residents, you know, they need to be cleaned up. I'm an Elbert County resident. It's a nice place to live.
It's gorgeous.
We're going to have her in the 9 o'clock hour. So we're going to feature candidates all throughout this election. So this is kind of the Wild West. I don't think I've ever seen Colorado like this, where you have 3 open Republican congressional seats.
Mind-boggling.
But there's no statewide race this year.
No, and that plays into it. And as we get closer to the election, that's one of the things I want to lean in with you because of your campaign experience and the strategies. What does that look like?
Yeah.
You know, how would you plan to run a campaign? What's the messaging? You know, how does it change? There's no statewide races. You got to function local. And yeah. And again, anybody that's running for an office, we got an open door policy. We're more than happy to have anybody sit down and chat with us. And that includes the Democrats, even though you ignore us all the time. But that's okay. What are we going to do about it?
We did get one Democrat one time to the Western Conservative Summit. It was Jared Polis, and he had a fine time.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing.
Conservatives are nice people.
They are. They're really nice people. The other part that it's like the idea, and we've talked about it with RFK Jr.
Yeah.
RFK Jr. keeps showing up on all these conservative outlets. And I keep thinking the only people that he's going to persuade are Trump voters. That's an issue. That if you're giving him air and oxygen there, if you're hoping that he's going to sway it and pull votes away from Biden, then conservative media needs to stop talking to him. The liberals have figured that out already. The liberals, he's persona non grata. It doesn't matter unless they need him as a punching bag for something or another. It needs to show up. That's it. Yeah, you got to stop talking to him, guys, or it's going to hurt you.
So with Dagny Van Der Jagt in studio, you're welcome to give us a call. She'll take some questions. 303-696-1971. That's 303-696-1971. She's in a competitive primary race against George Brockler. And so we'll hear all about that in the 9 o'clock hour. But if you have questions for her, give us a call or text in on the 710 KNUS app. 710 KNUS app. You can text in right there to us. Hey, friends, I got to tell you, your home is a significant asset, and choosing the right team to help you sell it can be the difference in thousands of dollars in your pocket. I highly recommend Gay Ribble and the Empower Home Team, the realtors I trust. Empower Home Team provides exceptional service, invaluable advice, and employs unique systems to maximize the money you can get for your home. Getting an offer above your home's asking price is great, but you're leaving money on the table by not working with Gay Ribble and the Empower Home Team. Gay and her experts get their clients an average of $30,000 more. Could you use an extra $30,000? That's precisely why you need Gay Ribble and the Empower Home Team. Their exclusive database is filled with pre-screened buyers ready to make a purchase. Take the stress and hassle out of selling your home while getting the best price. Here's an unbeatable offer. Gay Ribble and Empower Home Team will sell your house for 100% of the asking price, or Gay will pay you the difference. It's an offer you simply cannot refuse. Get 100% of your asking price guaranteed with Gay Ribble and the Empower Home Team. Reach out to my friends and realtors, Gay Ribble and the Empower Home Team today. Call 833-301-SOLD or go to gayhasthebuyers.com. That's GAYE hasthebuyers.com. Earlier in the hour, we had Dan Haley on, President and CEO of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. The Colorado Democrats coming for all oil and gas drilling by 2030. Any new drills will be banned, and everything will be solar, wind, renewable, and not clear as to whether or not Jared Polis is going to stand against this.
As you and I know, Jeff, that is exactly how the economy functions. That once the state legislature decides that we need to do something, then everything just works out swimmingly, because they're obviously the most educated, talented, economically sad. I just threw up a little bit. I'm sorry. The idea they just say,
they
nope, as of this
down
day.
From on high.
Yeah.
The kings and queens at the state capitol.
It makes me angry because, as we were talking about, Dan, when he was here, market forces can and will take care of this.
Right.
I had a conversation with people about EVs the other day, and they're like, government telling you. I'm like, Government needs to get out of it. Now that Tesla has competition, you're going to see that market change. The reason we don't have majority adoption of EVs right now has zero to do with the cars. It has to do with the charging stations. If we had charging stations like we had gas stations, we can talk about the fees are going to be, you'd see more EVs. That's the issue. I can't get to Winter Park and think that I'm going to be able to get back without having to charge it somewhere along the way. Where's the charging station? We got gas stations all over the place. The market will take care of it. When the market starts putting those charging stations, EVs will more widely adopted.
What's the problem with just putting them at gas stations that already exist?
I think because
the batteries and installation.
I think it's the batteries and the installation, but also it is going to be the outlay of cash from that gas station as well. And right now, what are the fees being charged for? Yeah, for charging. And I think that's the other issue is, what's that going to be? Because now the real interesting, and I love where you went with that. The real interesting thing is when you get the idea of a minute per charge competing with a gallon of gas. Now you've got a real market competition based on price.
Do you drive an electric car?
No. If I could, I would. I mean, if it made sense, I absolutely would. But there are a couple of things. One, range. That's bottom line.
Yeah.
The second one is lithium-ion batteries. Because of the technology, they function really poorly in cold and hot weather. And until we can figure that out, you got a problem. That's why all those Teslas failed back east during the big snowstorm is because during extreme cold, lithium-ion batteries die. Same thing with extreme heat. And the majority of some of the technology inside of a Tesla is balancing that temperature on the battery. It's absolutely freaking genius how they do it. But that's the major problem they had.
We have diesel, and that brings all of its own problems because the environmentalists make you put this thing called blue DEF in.
Yes.
So
but diesel comparatively can be very, very clean.
Yeah.
Really clean.
Especially when
Idiots.
you're VW and you really trick the algorithms, right?
It works much better when you cheat.
All right, coming up next, Dagny Van Der Jagt is joining us. She's a staunch Republican running for district attorney in the newly formed 23rd Judicial District. She'll be taking your calls. You're listening to The Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.
9 a.m. in the Mile High City, Wednesday, February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day to you all, and happy Ash Wednesday as well. We have in studio Dagny Van Der Jagt. She's running for district attorney in the newly formed 23rd Judicial District of Colorado. She'll be interviewed by me, but also taking calls. You're welcome to call in and ask her how she's going to lead that district. 303-696-1971. That's 303-696-1971. Let's get over to Blake with the news.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. 34 and sunny in Denver on Valentine's Day. Expecting another beautiful day with highs in the low 50s today. The 7-10 5-day forecast is coming up. Our top story, House Republicans have impeached Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas in a historic vote, the first cabinet official to be impeached since the 1870s. Mayorkas faced scrutiny from Republicans over his handling of the southern border. Of course, things now head to the Senate, where an acquittal is almost certain as thousands continue to flood the southern border today. The judge overseeing the New York State civil fraud trial of the Trump Organization and his two adult sons will issue a verdict on damages this week. NBC News reports the decision will come Friday. The president of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association, Dan Haley, joined Jeff and Bill last hour. Huge story. Colorado Democrats trying to crush the industry in Colorado by 2030. Haley says he doesn't believe the Governor Polis, is on board.
I don't believe this reflects the governor's vision for our industry in Colorado. He has been in office for 5+ years now. If he wanted to ban our industry, he probably could have. So I don't believe this reflects what he wants for our state. But again, we're taking it very seriously.
The industry, of course, provides great jobs for Coloradans. The emissions have gone down 50% over the past 10 years, environmentally clean. You can log on to COGA.org for more information. Colorado Springs is not a sanctuary for illegal immigrants. The city made it official on Tuesday by passing a resolution brought to the table by City Council member Dave Donaldson.
City Council affirms remaining a non-sanctuary city and asserts it will not spend taxpayer dollars on services related to this crisis.
It comes just days after the mayor made it clear the priority is to take care of residents first. The resolution does not have any legal impact, but rather sending a message about the city council's stance on the migrant situation. All classes at Adams City High School are online today because there's a non-sanctioned sick out by the teachers. They want more money, of course. And just in time for Valentine's Day, Billboard has ranked the top 50 songs with the word love in the title. And at number one, 1980.
You're taking me back to Skate City. Like,
Right.
skate away.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey,
That
now
is
listen,
awesome.
that
was
one we're not
great.
big fans of, but this one is number 5, and this is one of my favorites.
Dude, I don't even know that song. I don't
That's
think I've ever
Wings.
even heard of it.
It's a good one.
Yeah,
I mean,
nice disco.
it's Paul McCartney and Wings, right?
Yep.
Billy?
Oh, that's good. That is
Before my
fantastic.
time,
on
you
the
old
list.
man.
Yeah.
Before my
Now-
time.
Yes,
disco.
Al, you're a young man. Now this one is the greatest. This is why I actually sang it to my wife this morning in bed.
Always and forever.
Oh, that's a good one.
Always and Forever, Heat Wave. You've never heard that one, Jeff.
That's a good one. I have
No,
heard
that is
of
a good
it.
one. I didn't sing it to my wife, by the way. But I wanted to impress her.
That's one of my go-to apology songs. 'Cause,
Yes,
off
exactly.
the time, yes, it's my fault, dear. And
Good,
yeah.
good choice.
Thank
Good
you.
choice. Hey, top 25 hoops last night. CSU falls to San Diego State 71-55. Avalanche over the Capitals 6-3. Nuggets back in action tonight at Ball Arena against the Kings. And you guys continue, Jeff and Billy, right here on News Talk 710 KNUS.
Want to take your favorite radio station wherever you go? Well, now there's an app for that. No matter where you are, stream your favorite shows. Tap the app to listen to podcasts. Talk back to your favorite local hosts.
At the tone, leave a message.
Call the show. Set your alarm. Enter contests and win prizes. All in the palm of your hand. Available now for iOS and Android devices in the App Store or Google Play. And best of all, it's free. Download today.
In studio with us is Dagny Van Der Jagt. She is running for district attorney in the newly formed 23rd Judicial District of Colorado. You can see her smiling face on our YouTube channel if you go to 710 KNUS on YouTube or just listen in. If you have any questions for her, feel free to give us a call, 303-696-1971. That's 303-696-1971, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. Dagny, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me this morning.
So let's introduce you to the voters. This radio program reaches all across the Denver metro area, including the district you're going to be representing, the 23rd Judicial District. It's a new district in Colorado. It's the first time we've had a new district, and I think in 60 years. But introduce yourself. Where are you from? What have you been doing?
Again, I'm Dagny Van Der Jagt, and that's right. The new judicial district will go into effect January of 2025. So the election is going to be in November 2024. And as you said, there's going to be a primary between the two Republican candidates that have announced as of now. In terms of my background, I originally come from Europe. I came here on an exchange year for high school and never left.
But are here legally for sure, right?
Absolutely.
In light of
I did not come with the bus.
Impeachment of Mayorkas. You're not a Biden refugee.
Absolutely not. Not a legal immigrant. And I met my husband, and we settled in America. There was no question. He speaks perfectly German, but he said, there is just no way I could envision living in Europe. And I said, I agree.
You're proud to be an American.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful. So where in Europe did you come from?
My parents are Polish,
Okay.
and they were immigrants to Austria. So I grew up in Vienna, Austria, until I was 18.
Very cool. And where did you go to law school?
Denver University.
How was your experience there?
I liked it. I liked it very much. I think it has gone a little bit more left since I graduated. I hear that the Federalist Society is struggling to get a foothold at Denver University. Last time I checked, it was very strong when I still went to school there. So.
Yeah. And what kind of law have you practiced since then?
I do everything. I have experience in criminal law and in civil law. So I am a former prosecutor for the 18th Judicial District. And then I moved on to private practice. So I have exposure in criminal defense and civil law, everything from misdemeanors in county court all the way to federal court jurisdiction. So lots of trials, lots of negotiations, lots of settlements, the entire gamut, so to speak.
And do you have a law practice now? Do you oversee other attorneys? Have you done that?
I do. Mhm.
And what kind of law does your practice focus in on?
It's easier to say what we do not
Okay.
offer. We do not touch family law, and we don't do bankruptcy. And everything else gets covered in our law firm.
Great. So why choose to get into this race? It seems like you have a thriving law firm that probably pays more than being a district attorney. Why get into the race and want to run for district attorney of the newly formed 23rd Judicial District of Colorado?
Well, as an immigrant myself, I believe the United States has provided me with ample opportunity, and I would like to pay back to this community. And it is, I think, hard to have candidates for district attorney's office because you need a particular background. And I have that background. I have the business administrative background that I can apply to this office. I have the values that I believe we need to start this district off right. I want to serve.
What are those values?
I am a staunch Republican, so pro Second Amendment, pro-life. I believe in the American dream. I don't believe what is happening is putting us on the right path. I don't see that the policies coming out of Denver are putting us on the right path. And I believe Douglas County, Albert, and Lincoln, which will be the new district, we need to build a line, and we need to hold that line. We need to order ourselves off and say, this is what our constituents want. We want to be tough on crime, but fair, but we want to prosecute. We want to be constitutional. We want to apply the laws, but in a constitutional manner.
All right, so let's dive into those issues. Crime probably being one of the biggest issues that the people of your district are concerned about. It's spilling over from the city of Denver. Elbert County is concerned about it. Douglas, Lincoln counties. What's your plan to deal with the rising crime that Colorado's facing?
We need to prosecute, and we need to swiftly prosecute. We need to hold the offenders accountable to the fullest extent of the law. And I think we need to make a distinction between, are those violent and repeat offenders that actually need to serve time, appropriate time, or are those people that got stuck in the criminal system as first-time offenders on something small that can be cured either through a diversion program or mental health support. So there is a distinction. But I believe right now I see a lag in time between the investigation, the filing, and the swift prosecution. I hear from my constituents that cases get investigated and filed through the law enforcement agency, but the prosecution is lacking.
That's interesting. I have a question for you. Dagny, thanks for joining us. You talked about prosecuting and making sure that we are tough on crime, and you have some experience in the DA's office. Can you talk to the listeners about one of the big cases you have prosecuted and put in front of a jury, what that was like and what the outcome was?
Again, I have experience on both sides of the aisle as a prosecutor and defense attorney. So I think that gives me a unique perspective how our justice system is supposed to work, and how sometimes overzealous prosecutors are persecutors, and defense counsel has a very important role to play. The cases that stand out to me in terms of trials are actually cases that I defended in the criminal system, where victims of domestic violence were charged wrongfully, and they were deprived of the right to hold a weapon or to possess a weapon because of these criminal charges. And so one case specifically stands out in Jefferson County, where I brought that case to justice, and she was exonerated.
Okay, thank you.
In the 90s, everyone kind of talked about the broken window theory, right? That was Giuliani's way of taking down the crime that was in the 70s and 80s. That if you do something little, we're going to get you for that. Because if you're breaking the law on something little, you're likely to be breaking the law or going to break the law on something bigger. Then that was labeled in the 2000s as that's racist. We're targeting Black communities too much, or the Hispanic communities get into stop and frisk. And so they pulled back that prosecution, going after the little things. And I think that's in part led to the rise in crime that we faced now in the city of Denver. Do you support prosecuting those smaller cases, the kind of broken window theory that we're going to go after those little things in light of the fact that they might lead to bigger things?
Jeff, I absolutely agree with you. And I think the data speaks for itself. That is how Rudy Giuliani turned around New York in the 90s, by setting this precedent that, look, you're not getting away with the broken windows. You're not getting away not paying for tickets and riding the subway. And I think it sends a strong signal to potential offenders that you come into our district, you are going to be held accountable. We're going to come after you, and we're doing a good job on small offenses. That means we will also do a good job on the bigger, more violent offenses that are dangerous to the public. And I think it sets a strong example for us as citizens. One example comes to mind. A couple of months ago, I went shopping with my two boys, 10 and 12, at a Ross store here in Denver, and they spend their hard-earned money on little trinkets. And right next to us was a young gentleman just walking off with racks and racks of clothing.
Really? Right in front of you?
Right in front of it. And my boy
Wow.
said, well, Mom, do you think he paid for it?
Right.
And we looked at the security guard right behind us, and we asked, I was there with my husband, hey, are you going to chase this guy? I mean, he stole probably $1,000 worth of merchandise. And he said, well, the Denver sheriff has a policy. They're not even going to come out unless there's $5,000 or more missing.
Really?
And so again, what type of precedence does that set for us, right? What am I supposed to tell my children? Hey, you're okay to just steal and thief, and you're not going to be held accountable?
Wow. We're talking with Dagny Van Der Jagt. She's running for district attorney in the newly formed 23rd Judicial District of Colorado. She's an experienced attorney, prosecutor, and litigator running to protect you and your family. Dagny has a history of fighting for justice and protecting the citizens of Colorado. She's a relentless fighter for justice and will combat our rising crime rates. Also, she will protect you from radical, unconstitutional laws that strip your liberties and rights. 2 questions for you, and we can dive into this. And feel free to give us a call if you have questions. That's 303-696-1971, 303-696-1971, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. Probably a question that everybody wants to know. Are you taking money from George Soros?
Well, my Tracer accounting is completely available. As you will see, I have a truly grassroots support donations. Those are mostly my friends, my colleagues that I have known for a long time, and those are the people who are supporting me because they want to see change.
So no special funding like some other prosecutors maybe in Colorado have been taking.
No, absolutely. And I think the George Soros prosecutors are definitely a dangerous breed. Because those are the progressive prosecutors that what we saw in New York just a couple of days ago, right? Illegal immigrants attacking police officers and then never held accountable. They were not held back by an appropriate bond amount, and they skipped town. So I don't think that we will bring them to justice anytime soon.
Would you enforce red flag laws?
That is an interesting question. I believe the red flag bill is absolutely unconstitutional. It was unfortunately brought by my district through the former district attorney who's running again, George Braukler. I believe it's unconstitutional, and I do not want to enforce them.
Why would you say it's unconstitutional? Talk me through that.
It's lacking due process. I believe it's absolutely not helpful to attack and tackle the issue of mental health. I believe the way it expanded right now with the last legislative session, initially only family and law enforcement was supposed to bring the red flag charges. Right now it expanded it to teachers, doctors, and district attorneys. It goes off a civil standard. It basically flips the entire system upside down, where the accused has to prove their innocence and their healthy mental state to get their weapons back. I think it puts danger onto law enforcement officers going into situations to retrieve weapons out of somebody's home. So just a slew of issues. Where should we start?
Okay, I understand the expansion side of it, but help me square the circle when you talk about putting the law enforcement individuals into harm's way, walking in to take somebody's firearm, when the reason that they're there in the first place is because this person might be a danger of the firearm. I don't think that's necessarily the strongest argument you can make to say, oh my gosh, it's going to be dangerous for these law enforcement people to go and try to retrieve a weapon from someone who might be violent with that weapon. Shouldn't they be there in the first place?
Well, and you have some built-in assumptions there that you somehow proved that this person is dangerous or has mental health. I believe, with my experience of 2 decades in the civil and the criminal system, our system and the rules of evidence that we use and the burden of proof is not designed to prove hypothetical cases and look into a glass ball of what the future holds. And this particular red flag application has no safeguards to evaluate somebody's mental history. It has no requirement that any type of mental health expert testify in front of the judge. So your testimony and the clerk at King Soopers' testimony is basically the same weight. And I don't believe that those people should testify to somebody's mental health.
Okay, that is a fair point. I understand where you're going with that one. With that idea, if you're saying that the mental health is such an issue, then do you believe we should have a larger mental health component when we're talking about firearm ownership? If that's the thing that we're kind of looking at here as the linchpin.
What I believe how we should tackle this, we already have mental health hold laws, right? That if there is some sort of concern about somebody's well-being, law enforcement can intervene and make contact with that person and potentially have them committed for 72 hours until a doctor says, they're good to go. I think we should look into those particular mental health holds and expand those further and see if we can work within that system. But I don't necessarily understand why mental health is tied to guns. Why is mental health not tied to drugs?
Okay, that's fair. So you would actually, I'm hearing, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm hearing that you would be in favor of not necessarily the red flag as it is, but having the system exist like the mental health hold, that you'd be okay with possibly taking someone's guns for a short period of time, again, not forever, based on that mental health hold. Yes or no? Would you agree with that?
No, what I said is I'm in favor of expanding how the mental health hold system works currently. I think that is something where treatment is paramount, rather than linking mental health to gun rights.
How do you wrap firearms into that?
I don't.
Okay, so I'm hearing then that if this person has mental issues, you're not worried about their access to the firearms.
Well, I'm saying the government is in no position to decide if that person should or should not hold firearms.
Who gets to decide? Who should decide?
I believe, look, if you live in the house with your brother and you have concerns that your brother is deteriorating and you have concerns that he has access to firearms, why would you not help your brother? Why do you think the government is in a better position? Why do you believe a judge that your brother has never met is in a better position to decide if your brother is sane or not and should have access to a firearm?
If I was in that position, wouldn't the red flag law give me exactly that mechanism you're asking me to take advantage of it at this point?
Well, why would you need to seek the judges and the law enforcement officers' intervention? Why couldn't you just approach your brother?
Because they're his guns. And if I take them, he can say that I stole them from him and now I'm on the hook. That's the reason. I can't take his personal property just because I think he's a danger. That's the mechanism involved. So what would be the mechanism involved? What would you like me to do in that situation if you're not in favor of the red flag laws? What would you like?
So again, why work with your brother, work with your family member to keep them safe, to keep them the potential health treatment that they need? Why, if you believe you as their family member have no status to relate to them in terms of their dangerousness, why do you want government involved? Why do we believe government is in a position to do a much better job than people close to that person?
Yeah,
and because government will use force, and that's what I'm afraid of.
Fair point. Fair point. Now I'll leave this. I think thanks for the conversation. I appreciate that.
We're talking with Dagny Van Der Jagt. She's running for district attorney in the newly formed 23rd Judicial District of Colorado. Do you agree with her with regards to red flag laws? She says, as they're currently written, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you would not enforce them for your district. Is that right?
That is correct.
So we'll get to your calls, 303-696-1971, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. We're going to continue this conversation. It is probably going to be one of the most central issues in her primary race is red flag laws, because George Brockler has a history there as well. Imagine effortlessly gliding open your cabinets and drawers to reveal neatly arranged shelves that showcase your belongings. With roll-em-out shelves, easily access your pots, pans, and more. Roll-em-out shelves understands that every home storage needs are unique. Whether you're dealing with tight corners or expansive cabinets, your shelves will be custom built to maximize every inch of available space. But don't take my word for it. Here's what a few of their happy customers say. Life-changing, all caps. So much wasted space in our kitchen cabinets. My space has literally tripled, and I'm so happy. Joyce and Brent listened to our needs, stayed on schedule, and found solutions to our specific problems. Solid, well-made product, skilled installation, no mess left behind. Begin the affordable transformation in your home for less than $1,000 when Roll-em-out Shelves efficiently organizes your space with sturdy Baltic birch shelves built right here in Colorado and guaranteed for life. Call for your in-home estimate today. That's 303-475-9601 or rollemoutshelves.com. That's 303-475-9601. Tell them Jeff sent you. We're going to continue this conversation. You're listening to The Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710, KNUS.
Say goodbye to clutter and hello to convenience when you experience organization transformation in your home. Roll 'em Out Shelves, your clutter transformation experts, create affordable Colorado-crafted organized storage solutions. These custom options will maximize and organize your kitchen and bath storage as Roll 'em Out Shelves carefully designs and builds roll-out drawers to fit your space perfectly to clear the clutter. Contact owners Joyce and Brent at Roll 'em Out Shelves to schedule your free in-home estimate today.
In studio with us is Dagny Van Der Jagt. She is running for district attorney in the newly formed 23rd Judicial District of Colorado. We were discussing red flag laws. You had an interesting statistic that, what was it, less than a third, Dagny, that are actually prosecuted with any type of connection to violence?
Mental health.
Mental health.
Basically, the complainant was not able to prove that there is imminent danger of something happening and that it is linked to mental health. So I get that 359 extreme risk protection orders were filed in a year, roughly in all of Colorado. And most of those cases are actually filed in Denver, 88 of those. And then roughly half of those actually make it into the second stage, where your right to bear arms gets basically suspended for up to a year.
One of the laws proposed down at the state capitol is that they'll ban assault weapons, quote unquote, assault weapons. They really have a hard time defining that. And oftentimes it ends up being pretty much every gun except for like muskets. Would you enforce that law?
Well, let's see if it comes down, and let's see what the law actually entails this time. I think we expect a lot of crazy laws to come down in this legislative session, because, there's supposed to be two components. The laws are supposed to be constitutional and passed by the consent of the majority. Well, obviously the Democrats have the majority. They just misunderstood the constitutional part. So we're getting
no problem with that whatsoever.
Now, this is a weird.
They kind of revel in it.
Now, it's a weird conversation. Again, I'm sorry to jump in, and I'm going to take this in a little bit of a different direction. Help me understand why the district attorney should be the person that is adjudicating whether or not that law is constitutional. I would submit that the district attorney needs to enforce the laws and is going to pick and choose prosecutions based on strength of the case and conviction, not whether or not they agree with that particular law. Why should the district attorney be empowered with deciding which laws they think they should enforce and which laws we should follow and not follow? Why is that the district attorney's role?
The reality is that due to budgetary constraints, you will not be able to prosecute everything that goes on in your district. The second reason is also, so Colorado has currently 22 districts. We have 64 counties, 22 districts, judicial districts. This is the elected district attorney's jurisdiction. I think the voters put you in there for a reason, because they want you to prioritize certain things that are going on or are of concern in their district. And if the priority is drugs, you prosecute drugs. If it's DUIs or robberies or theft of cars, that's what you prioritize to keep your district safe. But the reality is we cannot prosecute everything.
Well,
and to a certain extent, I think that's how our system works, with checks and balances.
Makes sense. Now, if we have that idea that, the community priorities, what if we had a district attorney that saw the district priority were problems with drugs, and what they felt is that we just needed to understand them more, that we need to give them all this deference, that the fact that we need to understand the fact that because I have a horrible, horrible addiction, that's why I'm stealing cars. I mean, we have the AG right now says that people are allowed to steal up to 3 cars in like a couple of months because we have to understand them. No, we don't. No, that's what I have is if we get that DA in that position, I return to the original question. Why do you get to pick and choose which laws you think are constitutional or should be enforced? Because we could get a district attorney that thinks it's just hugs and that will solve the drugs.
Well, and I think that's what you already have in Denver, right? Why is there such a distinction between living in Denver and what you see on the streets in terms of drugs and crime and dealing versus, let's say, you go to Arapahoe County to Douglas County, where things still get prosecuted? It's the district attorney shapes the specific policy for the district. And because they're all Soros funded, if you get arrested in Denver, I don't think you will serve any time in jail. I think you walk straight back out, and that puts your community at risk.
That's a great answer.
My voters want something else in Douglas County.
I think that's a great answer. And I think, weirdly enough, I think we ended up at the same place with Beth McCann saying because she's picking and choosing which laws she wants to enforce, sometimes maybe they might involve people close to her starting fires. I'm not saying anything specific. It might have happened, but that may be the issue. But I can leave that. I thank you for the conversation. I appreciate it.
Dagny Van Der Jagt joining us in studio. She's a candidate for Judicial District 23. Your primary opponent is George Brockler, who served as District Attorney of the 18th Judicial District. What makes you better than George?
I believe it's a fresh start, and that's what we need. Maybe George was the right candidate for the right time when he served. And I understand in the last 3 years or so, he was not practicing law. I think he was just a full-time radio station host. And I think he wants to move back into the practice. So that will be a hard transition for him. I have never done anything else except practice law. And I believe my business experience running the law firm uniquely positions me to be an administrator for this office and make sure that our resources get allocated efficiently. And I think that was also the other charge against George Brockler, because during his tenure, Arapahoe still being part of the district, Douglas County taxpayers to the tune of $3 million a year were supporting the prosecution of crime in Arapahoe County, rather than having those tax dollars go to keeping their district safe.
Oh, that's a great point. Now, I have a question. Again, weird questions. We do things a little bit differently on Jeff and Bill's show. I like how you highlighted the management, and you talked about how the complex different cases that are involved. Can you talk to us about a special law firm you work at, or any other experience you have as far as the large number of attorneys, how you manage that caseload, and how you pick and choose? Because you're going to have attorneys that are going to have vastly different sets of experiences. You've got to manage an entire team. I would say it's almost akin to being the head coach of a football team, because you're managing so many individuals, but you can't manage them individually. Talk to us about your experience and how you handle that.
That's absolutely correct. So you have prosecutors assigned to county court, prosecutors in district court. As much as I can tell from the budgets that have been released for 2022, and as much as I can extrapolate in terms of the staffing, Douglas County, Albert, and Lincoln, I would estimate would have about 60 people. Out of that, not all of them are prosecutors. Some of them will be secretaries, support staff, paralegals, victim witness advocates. Again, I think what it comes down to in private practice, we deal with rate of returns, right? If I invest $1 into a specific program, into specific things to make my law firm run smoother, I want to see a rate of return. I think government sometimes gets complacent, because you get, especially in Douglas County, the budget for next year is going to be $12 million. And I don't think that there's an incentive to look and really see where can we do better, on what programs would we spend a little bit more, and where should we cut back. And I think what I bring from private practice is that data-driven approach, where I want to know that the dollars my constituents spend, we get the rate of return that we deserve.
Let's talk endorsements. You're touting some endorsements from local conservative leaders. Mark and Pam Hampton, founders of Parker Conservatives, are endorsing your race. George is touting the sheriffs. So the sheriffs of all three counties, Lincoln County Sheriff, Elbert County Sheriff, and Douglas County Sheriff, have endorsed George. What's your responses to the leadership of the sheriffs of these counties endorsing George, and your endorsements being local conservative leaders?
Well, not only local conservative leaders, but I have former Congressman Tom Tancredo endorse me. I have the Douglas County Coroner Ray Brown endorse me. I have the current assessor endorse me as well. So a lot of political figures who have come out in full support of my campaign. I have very good relationships with the law enforcement agencies. I do know Sheriff Darren Weekly very well personally. I believe he knows George Brockler a little bit longer. At least that's how he explained it to me, that they've been friends for about 30 years. And I believe George Brockler gave Darren Weekly his endorsement when he ran for sheriff, and now it's time to pay back, basically. That's how politics works sometimes. I don't think that the endorsements are always decided on who has more merit or who would bring more into the office. It's basically, you owe me, and now it's time to collect those IOUs. I do have a good relationship with Sheriff Norton out there in Albert County. Again, we're pretty good friends. But if he chooses to endorse George Brockler, that is his prerogative. Again, I believe there's just a little bit of political favoritism going on.
Would you be open to an in-studio debate with you and George over your candidacy for district attorney in Judicial District 23?
Absolutely. Why not? I think also some of the GOP, the county GOP wants to schedule something in the next couple of weeks. So let's see if we can get this scheduled before the caucus and the assembly.
And so caucus is in March, right? I believe.
Yes.
What's the caucus
For
date?
Douglas County, it's March 7th.
And then that will determine who's on the ballot, right? And then is the primaries not until June, or is that different than the congressional primary?
On caucus, you run to be a delegate for your county assembly. At county assembly, which for Douglas County is March 23rd, you need to run again to be voting at the district assembly for judicial district assembly, right? And then go potentially to state. I believe, though, George Brauchler chose the petition route. As of a couple of days ago, we have information that he's petitioning onto the ballot. So he might not go through assembly. I don't know.
And then when is the actual primary? When is the vote? Sorry, I even get confused in the midst of all
That
this
is in
stuff.
June.
Is that in June? So the
That's-
actual vote will be in June. So this is a race that's going to run from February, depending if both candidates get on the ballot, all the way to June. Okay.
Yes.
Great. So that's for people to keep track of. What's your website? How do people connect with you and learn more about you? We're talking with Dagny Van Der Jagt. She's a candidate for Judicial District 23 in studio here. How do people connect and learn more about you?
Well, they can find us on Instagram and Twitter. They can find us on Facebook. We do have a campaign website, so it's Dagny, Dagny, and Vote for Dagny, all spelled out. So www.votefordagny.com, and it gives you a wealth of information and a way to reach me as well if you want to sit down and chat. And we also hold meet and greets at local coffee shops for constituents to come in and just chat with us.
We have time still to take a few phone calls or questions. So give us a call, 303-696-1971, 303-696-1971, or text us on the 710 KNUS app. Dagny Van Der Jagt is a staunch Republican running for district attorney in the newly formed 23rd Judicial District of Colorado. She's an experienced attorney, prosecutor, and litigator running to protect you and your family. She's going to be sticking around with us. So call in, text in. She'll take your questions, and you can address her directly. You're listening to The Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710, KNUS.
Happy Valentine's Day to you and happy Ash Wednesday. We've got Dagny Van Der Jagt in studio. She's a candidate for Judicial District 23, running against George Brockler in the primary. And we've had a wonderful conversation. So if you missed any of it, go to our podcast. You can get all the download there. We've talked to red flag laws, how she's going to prosecute, how she's going to take on crime. It's also available on our YouTube channel where you can see her smiling face and get to know her a little bit better by going to our 710 KNUS YouTube channel. So, Dagny, you have an interesting name.
Yes.
Were you named after the Atlas Shrugged character?
I was actually. And so I guess the book Atlas Shrugged and Ayn Rand has fallen out of fashion. Maybe I'll bring it back. Maybe people will read those 600 pages again. I think it's a riveting novel. And
Your
I think
dad
we need
inspired,
it.
right? Dad inspired by it?
Yeah. So again, my parents are from Poland, and the novel was basically forbidden literature. And of course, so when I was born, my dad said, well, then we are going to name her Dagny. The only problem was that in Poland, every feminine name needs to end with an A grammatically. And so we come into the birth office where they give you the certificates. They type it up on those old typewriters, and they type it up Dagny Starzinski, which is my maiden name. And then the person who's supposed to approve it with the final stamp of approval, apparently, notices, well, but wait, she's a girl. Well, yes, she is. Okay, well, then she can't be Dagny. She has to be Dagna. And then the bureaucrats were too lazy to actually go and retype the birth certificate. So I actually have it where they just scratched it out and put an A on it. And so when I immigrated into the US and I had to deal with the ICE Immigration Service, that was something that caused some the eyebrows. And they said, what is this birth certificate? It looks falsified. It's like, no, I have to tell you the story. I kept the original because you just can't make this up. This tells
just lazy
you,
people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It tells you how the
Fantastic.
communist regime works.
She's been in opposition to communism since the day she was born.
Nice line.
A whole life
like
of
that.
opposition. Let's get into your personal life. Your husband's an attorney. He's joining us in studio here as well. You guys practice law together?
Yes. He promised me a Valentine's Day breakfast today. So,
Well, this is a
Yes,
disappointment then.
Right.
He's really failing here. This is not good. You're
yes,
not doing well,
instead I
sir.
was dropped off in the studio.
Exactly. What the heck?
How many kids?
We have 4 children. So the oldest one is 18. He will start college next year. And then a girl, she's 17. And then 12 and 10-year-old boys. And then we're all homeschooled, because this will tell you how much I believe that the government sometimes should stay out of our households.
Oh, I love that. The idea that, you have 4 kids, I've got 4 kids, Jeff has 4 kids. Talk to me about that moment in parenting with you and your husband when you had to go from a man-to-man defense to a zone because you're all of a sudden outnumbered. That is a huge change in the parenting. What were your struggles going where all of a sudden now you get 3 and then the 4? What were the challenges?
I don't think that there was anything different after 2 when the 3rd and the 4th
Well, that's
came.
all the time we have. Dad is, I don't know, her microphone's cut off. I don't know what's happening. Shh, the music's early. No, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead.
But you know what the key was? We both had grandparents and still have grandparents who were very involved and always helping us out. So that was also the deal I made. I said, I want to be a working mom, but I want to have a family that is not only our nuclear family, but everybody lives in the household. So we had grandmas and grandpas always sleep over and raise the children with us. And I think that makes for a very stable household.
Generational living. That's interesting. Now, there are some, if I can explore that just for a sec, there's kind of a trend towards that here in American society, that we're seeing that kind of expansion. One, because you might have noticed housing prices suck in Colorado. It's kind of an issue. But that's the idea, is that we're seeing some expanding generational where you're having some older parents and the younger kids as they're aging. You have them together because then the older parents can help out with the younger ones. And do you think that's a good trend, is a smart trend? And given your experience with that in Europe?
Yes, absolutely. I miss grandparents and I miss my parents. They moved back to Europe and we see them only maybe once a year. But when the kids were smaller, I really enjoyed having a generational household. So it was actually them who broke up with us. It wasn't us.
I think that changes every time they say, why aren't you coming for Christmas? You say, wait a minute, I think you left. It's just a suggestion.
We got a text message here. Wow, very informative guest.
Thank you.
To you, I really like and respect George, but she's going to give him a run. She's great.
Thank
So
you.
we agreed earlier that we'll probably host a debate at some point to have you both in here talk about these issues. I think the listeners of 710 KNUS would really appreciate that, knowing the counties you're going to represent. I'm in Elbert County, Douglas County, Lincoln County. Again, we're hosting Dagny Van Der Jagt. She is a candidate for Judicial District 23. Her primary opponent will be George Brockler. And so to have that spirited discussion and that debate over these issues, red flag laws, coming advancement to concealed carry laws. I don't know if you see that at the state capitol.
Yes, very concerning.
Now you've got to add in even more. And it's just part of this effort to continue to restrict Second Amendment rights, the rise of crime, the rise of George Soros funded prosecutors picking and choosing which laws they're going to enforce. That's resulting in more crime in our communities. This is all stuff that's at the very front and center of our thinking, and it's going to be right critical to this election too. So to be able to have that spirited debate would be wonderful. 4 kids, lived in the community. If I've got a few questions for you. One, who's a district attorney that you model or are going to model your work after? Who's somebody that you out there in real life is doing it the way you would want to do it as well?
Currently, I think we just need new leaders. I don't know that there's currently somebody in place that I would model after.
Yeah.
I think going back to Rudy Giuliani, his policies that were proven and they worked, again, data-driven approach where you can see crime, punishment, and that has a consequence of actually keeping the crime levels manageable and low and the recidivism down. That's what we need to return to, because obviously what we have been doing for the past 3 decades has not been working.
Yeah, and it's ruining the state of Colorado. Top priority, first thing you're going to do when you get into office?
First thing,
I
think getting to know the people who are still in the office. I know a couple of friends that I still have working there that I know from 15 years ago, but get to know the staff that is currently in place and start building those relationships with council members, with commissioners in the community, with law enforcement officers, because in the end, it's their policies, right? The questions that we will have to tackle in the future are, what about Douglas County and Elbert County and Lincoln? Are we going to be sanctuary cities? What if the immigrant buses start coming to our area, right? How do we deal with that? I need the commissioners, the city council members to have policies in effect. And where do I fit in the piece of the puzzle to support lowering crime rates, right? To support holding them accountable so we don't victimize our population.
Talking with Dagny Van Der Jagt, her website, votefordagny.com, votefordagny.com. She is a Republican running for district attorney in the newly formed 23rd Judicial District of Colorado. You can get to know her there. We'll host a debate with George Brockler at some point. We hosted George last week. You're going to find this on this show. We're going to be hosting the candidates, those that are seeking to lead our communities. And we'll be sure to ask them the tough questions. But this is what you'll get with the Jeff and Bill Show. Honest conversation, and you are always invited to be a part of it via phone call or via text message. All of this available, 710 KNUS app, or go to our YouTube channel, 710 KNUS. Bill, it's been quite a show.
It has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much, everybody, participating. And Dagny, thanks for joining us today in the studio. That's very nice of you.
Thank you.
You can see her smiling face on the YouTube channel, along with our 2 ugly mugs.
Oh, yeah. Why'd you watch us? Life choices, people. Life
Friends,
choices.
We'll be back tomorrow. Jeff and Bill Show.
News Talk 710 KNUS.